I got a cheat ability in a different world, and become extraordinary even in the real world. Volume 6. Prologue. Part 1. The world's disposal ground. It was a place where negative powers from all over the world gathered and swirled around, and one of the evil was humming there. Fufan, I wonder how I should kill them. Cutting them up is good, but burning them is also amusing. Oh, spraying poison on them sounds interesting too. What kind of screams will they make? I'm looking forward to it. One of the evil talked about such cruel things with a childlike innocence. His appearance was that of a young boy, with reddish-black hair and odd eyes of red and blue. Then, another evil shimmered by and appeared right beside the young boy. This evil was a young man with blue-black hair and gold eyes, with a somewhat unworldly appearance. You're in a good mood, aren't you? Well, yeah. After all, I can finally kill those holy, right? I'm so excited that I can't even sleep. If you're that motivated, it'll make it easier for me to ask you. What is it? What's the request? The boyish evil asked about the young man's statement with a somewhat pompous look, brimming with curiosity. The young man smiled at him. Be happy. This is your first job. Go and destroy the Regal Kingdom. Regal Kingdom? It was an unfamiliar name to the boy, and he tilted his head. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about human countries. Ha. Sigh. It's not a laughing matter. You should at least know their geography. If you don't, you won't even be able to go there for the task. Yes, so? What's the point of destroying that country? The Sword Saint is there. Exclamation mark. The boyish evil's eyes widened at the young man's words. It seems that the Sword Saint is now in the Regal Kingdom. Besides, there will be many people gathering in the Regal Kingdom for the upcoming national celebration. How about it? Is this a suitable setting for you? The boyish evil, who was listening to the young man's words with his face looking down at the ground, now raised his head. There was a malicious smile on his face. That's Amartsiang. What is it? Are you going to give me the Sword Saint? Not only that, but you're even giving me the other humans in that place. Yeah. You're not lying, right? If you lie to me, I'll kill you. I'm not lying. What do you say? Will you do this favor for me? The boyish evil nodded with a smile at these words. Of course, I will. Phew. That's good. But the attack must be timed to occur during the Regal Kingdom's national festival. Do you understand? You don't have to tell me. That's when many humans will gather, right? Rather, that's the only option. I like it. It's a slaughter party. I'll make it the best party ever. Actually, the boyish evil was tempted to go for the killings right now, but he restrained himself as he decided to hold out until the time when he could kill a lot of human beings at once. His excitement was still palpable, but he asked the other evil about something that had been bothering him. But why did you give this task to me? I thought you were going to kill the Sword Saint. Indeed, it is the Sword Saint who was the most likely candidate for killing the Fist Saint to whom I had lent my power to. But that doesn't mean that I have to kill the Sword Saint. No, it's fine as long as one of us can destroy the Sword Saint and all of humanity. Well, whatever. I'll let you guys think about the complicated stuff. We'd like you to use your head, too. That's difficult. I'm always trying to think of the most interesting way to kill. I don't have time to think about anything else. Oh well. Anyway, I'll leave you in charge of Regal Kingdom. We will prepare for the attack on the other countries. Okay. So, can I go now? That's fine, but what are you going to do? To put on a nice show, of course. Well, as long as they don't know you're there, you can do whatever you want, yay. Then I'll be heading there as soon as possible, and then I'll set it up so I can kill all the humans. The boyish evil's mind was already focused on killing the people in the unknown place. Oh, Yeah. Can I borrow some of the fallen saints? The fallen saints? Yeah. That's surprising. I thought you planned on doing this all by yourself. That's unexpected, right? You know what? Sometimes it's more fun to do things with several people, you know? I see. Well then. The evil with the appearance of a young man snapped his fingers and a crack in space appeared, and two people emerged from it. One of them was a half-naked man, showing a slender yet well-trained body. He had short, dark blue hair and sharp eyes. He was carrying a long spear on his back taller than himself. The other man wore a black costume which looked somewhat like a ninja from Earth. His mouth was covered with a black cloth as well, and his long green hair was pulled up into a single bun. His eyes, which had the same green, looked very cold-hearted. There were two grass-cutting sickles hanging from his waist. The two men immediately knelt down before two evils. Did you call us? Would these two suffice? Yes. They seem to be. The spear and sickle saint, right? Yeah. Although their abilities have been reduced, they are still former holy. I think it will be no problem. The two new men who appeared were originally bearers of the holy title that opposed the evil. Now, they became the pawns of the evil, and had come to be called the fallen saints. The two fallen saints quietly bowed their heads, but they could not stop their bodies from trembling in the presence of the two evils in front of them. The power of the two evils was so great that they could feel the difference in their abilities. When boyish evil, who was aware of the two's trembling, looked at them and smiled wickedly, a new distortion in the place was suddenly created. It was a distortion of space that seemed to ooze darkness, but this distortion itself gradually took shape, and eventually, a single monster was created. The monster quietly opened its red eyes. Gugya. What? That's. The two fallen saints took a precautionary stance facing such a monster. Then, when the monster caught sight of the boyish evil, it attacked him. However, the boyish evil, who was being attacked, simply looked at the monster with cold eyes. Sigh. This is why I hate newborns. They don't know the difference in ability, they don't fear death, and that's why they're not fun. What a nuisance. Gugyi? When the boy's evil waved away his hand carelessly, the monster was blown away and rolled on the ground haphazardly. The spear saint, who was just staring at the scene in dismay, opened his mouth with a look of surprise. That monster. Ah, you guys are seeing it for the first time, right? That's an evil beast. That is not a part of us. So, that's the evil beast. That's right. Well, they're just the crystallization of our residue. They're not perfect, but they can be used if you train them. There are plenty of them out there, after all. They can be a good fighting force. The two fallen saints could not say anything. Sure, they're nothing like us, but if you fight those things, even you might die. Ah ha 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 ha. The two fallen saints paled at the sight of the boyish evil's innocent laughter. The reason for this was because they were now aware that the evil possessed a large number of these creatures that would probably kill them if they had fought. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't imagine the holy defeating the evil. But you have to go a little easier on it. Or else it will become useless. Why don't you just heal it? I'd rather kill it than to go through such trouble. But it's also troublesome to kill it. Therefore, I'd just leave it. Ah ha 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 ha. Why, you're terrible. There are plenty of them out there, after all. The boyish evil, who laughed for a while, told the young man, who was still smiling. Then I'll be off for a while, and while I'm at it, could I take a few of those evil beasts with me to use as well? Yeah, do what you want. I have high expectations. Yes. Oh hey, you two, what's with your lackluster response? I'm gonna kill you if you keep that up. Oh. I'm sorry. The boyish evil threatened the two fallen saints, who were still dumbfounded, and left the place. The young man who saw them off also left for his own business. Only the evil beast that was blown away earlier was left behind. Gugga, Guggy. The evil beast was no longer breathing and looked like it was about to die. But Gi. Suddenly, something that looked like a magic circle unfolded underneath the body of the dying evil beast, and the magic circle shone violently. The evil beast desperately tried to escape the magic circle, but its body could not move as it wished, and its body became entangled in the magic circle's light. And when the light subsided, the figure of the evil beast was no longer there. Part 2. Meanwhile, at the same time that evil was taking action, a secret experiment was being conducted in the regal kingdom, in the basement of the castle that Lexia and Luna had visited the other day. A group of people in black robes surrounded a large magic circle were in discussion, each holding a book in their hands. The people in robes were sorcerers of the regal kingdom. "How are things going?" Your Majesty. Then, Odysee, the king of the regal kingdom, came down the stairs with a woman in an elegant dress. The woman was about the same age as Yuuya, with long blonde hair curled vertically. Her golden eyes carried a mixture of flamboyance and elegance. The woman, with her strong-willed eyes downcast, was standing behind Odysee. Then one of the robed men opened his mouth. "Everything is going well. Although I had never imagined that such magic existed. That's only natural since it summons heroes and saints from other worlds." The words spoken from Odysee's mouth would not have been missed if Yuuya had been present. Odysee then took a book from a nearby sorcerer and gave it a quick look over. A long time ago, in the world of fairy tales where the recently rumored legendary dragons made an appearance, there was another existence in this folklore. This was the only person who reached the level of God the Sage. The sage was said to have created magic based on his experience of wandering into another world once. Yes. The sage recognized the existence of another world and created magic to travel there again. And we've obtained some of his research materials. And the application of that research is this magic circle. Odysee said and gazed at the huge magic circle drawn in front of him. For a time, many adventurers traveled the world searching for the lost research of the sage scattered throughout the world, and the many countries fought each other for possession of the knowledge. As time went on, the countries signed a treaty to stop wars to fight over sages' literature, and it was forbidden for adventurers to seek them out. However, the pieces that had already been acquired were treated as the treasures of each country. The countries that possessed them were encouraged to study them. However, the sage's magic was too powerful for ordinary people to control. Moreover, the effects of some of them are unknown until they are activated, and some of them are dangerous. In the story, it was said that in that other world was developed by an unknown technology that we do not know about, and it was very prosperous. Are we so cornered that we have to rely on this unknown technology? Yes. One of the sorcerers nodded gravely at Odysee's words. Odysee also lowered his eyes with a bitter look on his face, but his eyes had a look of determination. "But, if we don't do this, we will be destroyed by the evil. We have no choice but to do this. As Sword Saint Dono is here, there's nothing to worry about, but in many places, the holy, which was supposed to oppose the evil, had disappeared. This means that it's possible that they've been defeated by the evil, or perhaps..." Odysee frowned as he imagined the worst-case scenario. From the Sword Saint that he had welcomed to the kingdom, Odysee had heard about the return of the evil as well as the disappearances of an increasing number of the holy. Of course, the Sword Saint knew that many of the holy had fallen to the evil, but it was not disclosed to Odysee because the Sword Saint was aware that it was the holy's role to fight against the evil. After letting out a big sigh, Odysee called out to the woman who was standing behind him. "Layla." The woman called Layla is Odysee's daughter and the first princess of this regal kingdom. With her good looks, high intelligence, and strong personality, she is adored by the people. Just like Lexia in the Alceria kingdom, she is very popular. Layla responded to Odysee's call elegantly. "Yes, father. We will probably be condemned by the whole world when we perform this summoning. We are trying to bring people from other worlds to help us solve our problems. It's no different from a kidnapping. Of course, by bringing them in, we intend to entertain them with the whole country. If a hero is summoned, we will give him all kinds of beautiful women. And you may have to be offered as well. I understand. Layla understood the importance of the magic that was performed here and the cruelty of it. If the summoning fails, there will be no future for the human race in this world, and if it succeeds, people from other worlds will be asked to fight for them. Either way, there was no choice. The reason why they still put their faith in this gamble was that no one in this world could fight against the evil anymore, and they couldn't just sit back and let themselves perish. The only way for humanity to survive and escape from the hands of evil was to rely on a new power, even if it meant sacrificing another. Even if they had to commit the great sin of kidnapping a hero from another world and having the whole world be their enemy, they had to do it in order for humanity to continue to live in a world overflowing with positive power. And Layla had an even more important responsibility. Originally, the regal kingdom was known as the world's leading nation in magic, with its active research in magic. As such, it had succeeded in reproducing some of the sage's magic, albeit to a limited extent. And the royal family, who were the leaders of this magic superpower, inherited a high amount of magic power from generation to generation, and Layla, who was said to have the highest amount of magic power, was necessary to activate this magic. This magic can only be activated by you, the most powerful magician in this country. For such a heavy responsibility to be placed on you. Father. I'm fine. So please, don't worry. Layla smiled gracefully while remaining dignified. Not only Odysee, but the sorcerers who were working nearby as well, could not say anything. Layla's determined smile was very powerful and beautiful. In response to that smile, Odysee was taken aback for a while but eventually responded with a bitter smile. Sigh. Really? You are a strong girl. This makes me pity the man who will take you as his wife. Of course. It's only natural that the man who marries me should be a strong man. That's why the man who is summoned has to be as strong as a hero. Then, there's no way you're going to find a marriage partner in this world. No, come to think of it. Father? Suddenly, Odysee remembered something, and Layla tilted her head. No, during the meeting with the princess of the Alceria kingdom the other day. I can hardly believe it, but it seems that there is a person who is followed by the legendary dragon. What? Is that true? Looking at Princess Lexia's reaction, I don't think it's a lie. But it's hard to believe that the legendary dragon exists in the first place. However, the earthquake that shook the earth during that time was unusual. Some folklore says that it was originally sleeping in a valley said to be near the Alceria kingdom. It is said that the dragon had awakened and was tamed by a man. No way. So, what is the name of that man? Yes. I believe he was called Yuuya. That name sounds quite unfamiliar. Yes. I've never heard of that name around here either. It's not a common name in the Alceria kingdom either, so he must be someone from another country. However, it is said that this person is the fiancé of Princess Lexia. But I don't know if this is true or not. Sigh. But if there was such a man, he would be a suitable husband for you, and more importantly, we could count on him in the fight against the evil. Layla, who had been listening to Odysee, shook her head. Father. Certainly, if such a man existed, I would gladly give myself to him. But this is impossible. What? In the first place, the legendary dragon is said to have been defeated by the sage in the sage's mythology, isn't it? I doubt it even existed. But based on sage's research materials, he created magic as such. Perhaps the legendary dragon also existed. That's exactly the reason. This means that the story of the sage who defeated the rampaging legendary dragon in the fairy tale is also true, right? I guess that's true too. Sure, the earthquake and the roar were unusual, but I don't think it was because of the legendary dragon. A legend is still just a legend. So I think it's probably an ancient dragon. I see. But even if it is an ancient dragon, just the thought of having one around is a threat. That's true. But according to what Father said earlier, isn't that man already engaged to Princess Lexia? That's what Princess Lexia said. But judging from the reaction of the girl who was escorting her, it's doubtful that they are really engaged. Most importantly, when the princess of the Alceria kingdom becomes engaged, there should be a big announcement. I guess that's true. He's a mysterious person. But at the national festival, he's going to have a match with the Sword Saint. We should be able to evaluate him there. I'm looking forward to it. Yes. Let's enjoy the national festival to our heart's content. Yes. After that, we'll perform this magic. In the regal kingdom, a great plan was being implemented based on a strong conviction. Part 3. The story is once again set on the Earth's Uzai Academy. Phew. I really studied hard today. Well, studying is what students are supposed to do anyway. The classes were over for the day, and Cade stretched in an exaggerated manner. Looking at her friend, Rin laughed in amusement. Yes, I know that. But for me, it's always better to be moving around. But the test is just around the corner. If you get a failing grade, you won't be able to participate in club activities, will you? No. I don't want to hear about the test. Rin laughed again at Cade, who was covering her ears and shaking her head. Geez. I'll have to look after you more. Thank you very much for your help. Cade, who had always relied on Rin to help her study when a test was approaching, bowed her head honestly. Yes. By the way, is it okay if you don't go to your club activity? Yes. I've got the day off. So I can play as much as I want. Isn't this when you should go home and study? Rin-chan, you're so mean. Cade shivered at Rin's teasing words. Then Rin spotted Yukine, who was about to leave the classroom. Oh, are you going home too, Yukine? Oh, Yukine-chan, if you're going too, let's go home together. Yukine was surprised for a moment but then shook her head. I have a club activity today. Oh, you're in a club now, Yukine? The two of them widened their eyes as they realized that Yukine was participating in a club activity for the first time. Yukine-chan, weren't you in the going home club before? Yes. But I recently found a club activity that looked interesting, so I joined it. Really? What club is it? Occult Research Club. Occult Research Club? Both Cade and Rin were surprised by the unexpected club.
I really thought it would be the light music club or something.
No, Cade. That sounded like she's a member of a band or something, but isn't that a bit prejudiced?
I wonder?
Well, I didn't know there was an occult research club. Yukine tilted her head curiously at the two's reaction. What? Is it really that strange? The occult is interesting, you know. Really? What is it about it, by the way? It's a place where you can study phenomena that don't exist in real life.
I see.
Then Yukine suddenly thought of something and approached the two girls. Since you're free, would you like to come to visit? Actually, we don't have many members, and even though I joined the club, it's about to be closed down. So we need new members. No. I'm already a member of the track and field club. I think it's interesting. Rin-chan? Cade rolled her eyes at Rin's reaction. Well, I'll give it a try. That reasoning is acceptable. Why don't you just visit once and see for yourself? I got some interesting literature just today. Really? I'm curious. Are you scared, Cade? Oh, of course I am. The occult is about ghosts and devils, right? Yes. See. How can you not be scared? Rin, feeling a bit mischievous at Cade's frightened appearance, told her with a smile, well, that's okay. Just listen to me today. Rin-chan? Then I will guide you, said Yukine. Wait. I didn't say I was coming. For the test, I will be accompanying Cade in her studies, so you can accompany me to the club, can't you? You see, the test is coming up soon, right? Ugh. Cade groaned in pain when she was struck there. Now, let's go. Yeah. This way. Rin-chan is really a demon. Cade was half crying, but she followed behind Rin and Yukine. Cade and the others arrived at one of the empty classrooms in a place they don't usually frequent. This is the Occult Research Club's clubroom. Ugh. The atmosphere feels a bit gloomy. You're just worrying too much about that, you know? I wonder. Despite the hesitation between the two, Yukine opened the door to the classroom. Please come in. When they entered, there was a space with a different atmosphere, with straw dolls, insect specimens, and a large pot filled with a strange-colored liquid. There were also books on the desk, some written in Japanese but also others written in various other languages. Rin looked around the room with admiration, as the atmosphere of the clubroom was more organized than she had expected. It's better than I expected. Rin-chan? Cade, are you afraid? Because of fear, Cade grabbed the hem of Rin's clothes and shivered, but Rin couldn't help but laugh. By the way, what are you going to do today? Rin asked Yukine. This. In response to Rin's question, Yukine took out a book from her bag and showed it to Rin. What's that? I found it in my favorite second-hand bookstore. It's a book about devil summoning. Devil summoning? That sounds very occult. Rin laughed brightly at Cade, who was about to faint. Yukine opened the book and explained while looking through it. I bought this, did some research at home, and bought some materials today, so I'm going actually to draw a magic circle. Why you're going to draw it? Well, it seemed that there were no senpai or other members of the club around. Is it okay to do that without permission? It's fine. There are only a few of us, to begin with, but each of us can research any field that interests us. My interest is in devils and stuff like that. I see. Yukine moved her desk to the edge of the classroom and laid a large piece of paper on the empty floor. She then drew a magic circle on the paper with a red magic marker, referring to the book on devil summoning she had picked up from the second-hand bookstore. I thought you were going to use some kind of blood to draw the magic circle, but it's just with the magic marker? Said Rin. Blood? I think it's not a problem. That's very appropriate. Because it doesn't really have to be followed exactly. The world is tough, after all. In Yukine's words, Rin shrugged her shoulders. Cade was so shocked at the idea of using blood to draw magic circles that she stopped thinking. In the meantime, Yukine finally finished drawing the magic circle. It's done, let me see. Well, I have no idea what's drawn here, though. It is really okay, isn't it? It's okay. You just need to calm down. Anyway, once we have this magic circle, all we have to do is read the spell on it. That's pretty simple, huh? Devils need to be summoned by humans to come to this world. So the simpler the process, the easier it is for them to be summoned by humans. Is that so? I think it is. You're just assuming that. Rin was involuntarily taken aback by Yukine's confident assertion. However, Yukine didn't seem to be particularly bothered by this, and stood in front of the magic circle and began to read the spell in the book. Even Cade, who had been scared before, looked at Yukine as she read the spell in a serious expression. And then she opened her eyes and read the spell out loud. No change occurred in the magic circle. Yukine closed the book quietly and nodded her head once. Well, I guess I can't summon it, can I? You're so honest, aren't you? Cade and Rin were amazed and dumbfounded by the fact that Yukine was so straightforward. This kind of thing is good because it's unknown. It's not so romantic when you can figure it out. Then, what's the point of researching it? Anyway, I failed this time. But it was fun, and I enjoyed the atmosphere, so it's okay. I didn't bring any other books to try, so that's it for today's experiment. Ha! It ended so quickly. Is today's club activity over then? Yeah. Well, since we're here, why don't the three of us hang out and then go home? Okay. Rin decided to make plans for the rest of the day, and the three of them decided to go out together, and Cade was finally able to relax. But Yukine-chan, Rin-chan. What's up? That's. Cade, who seemed to have noticed something, pointed in that direction shakily. Rin and Yukine also looked in the direction of the finger pointing. Eh? To their surprise, the magic circle drawn with a red magic marker had begun to emit a mysterious light. What's going on here? Amazing, this book is real. That's not the point. It's bad, Rin-chan, Yukine-chan. The light is getting more intense. Cade started to panic more than before, but even Rin did not expect this situation and started to panic. Yukine. What kind of devil did you say you were summoning? I don't know. But I drew a magic circle that can summon the most powerful devil in the book. I knew it. Rin's cheeks twitched at Yukine's response. If what Yukine says is true, then the devil that is about to be summoned is a powerful being. Even the mere idea of a devil being summoned is a serious matter, but when it's a powerful devil, it's a disaster. However, ignoring the three of them, the light of the magic circle increased, and finally, the entire classroom was filled with light. Ugh! It's so bright. I wonder what will appear. You have to be more serious, Yukine. When the light finally subsided, Cade and the others fearfully opened their eyes. That? That is. It's strange. There's nothing there. There was nothing, not even a devil-like figure, in the magic circle where the light had settled. Yukine. Can we see the devil properly? We should be. Yukine-chan? Yukine nodded at Rin's words and approached the magic circle in question without hesitation. And she tried to touch the magic circle and lifted the paper on which the magic circle was drawn, but no changes occurred. Yes. It glowed that much, but it seems to have failed. Too bad. What do you mean by too bad? Well, I was surprised when the light came out of nowhere, but I guess I can understand the disappointment. It's a shame that Yukine's experiment failed, considering that they might be able to meet an unknown being, even if the word devil conjured up fear. For a few more moments, Yukine reread the book and checked the magic circle she had drawn, but she could not confirm the devil's existence, so she finished cleaning up and left the club room this time. I was afraid of what would happen, but this was a unique experience. I was really scared, though. I'm sorry. I'll buy you an ice cream or something now. Then I will forgive you. Sorry. You had to wait. No, I didn't mind waiting. Let's go. The three of them had already forgotten what had just happened and were discussing their plans to have fun. At that moment, Yukine felt a vague sense of discomfort that she couldn't put into words and looked around. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. No one noticed that there was something wrong with Yukine's shadow and that her eyes were red. Thus, various incidents were occurring in 3 different places at the same time. Chapter 1, The Sword Saint. Part 1. The Oz Forest was located near the Regal Kingdom. It's a place overflowing with rich nature, and the forest brought a lot of resources and benefits to the Regal Kingdom. At the same time, this forest was known throughout the world as one of the dangerous zones. The danger level was lower than that of the Great Devil's Nest because the Great Devil's Nest, where Yuuya lives, had been designated as a super dangerous zone that was even more dangerous than this forest. However, because this Oz Forest had valuable resources more accessible than the Great Devil's Nest, many adventurers and others come and go, and the monsters were naturally thinned out, so it was safe for people to live in a city near the forest. Furthermore, there was one reason why the Regal Kingdom was a safer place now than ever before. That is, Ger. Buroa. Buroa. A woman was standing there, surrounded by several monsters. She had a wolf cut of peach-colored hair and slit pink eyes. She was wearing a silver breastplate, a jet-black cloak, and a single sword. This place was too dangerous for a person to be visiting alone, and even now, the woman was surrounded by a pack of black tigers, a B-class monster with black body hair and white stripes. If it's a single tiger, an adventurer of B-class or higher can defeat it, but the number of black tigers surrounding the woman now numbered over a dozen. Normally, a party of A-level adventurers or S-level adventurers would be needed to defeat them. However, the black tigers, despite being such dangerous beasts, showed an unusual degree of caution towards the woman in front of them and were reluctant to attack. Ger. Gar. Then one of the black tigers became impatient and finally attacked the woman. Clank. Gar. But in the next moment, with a clear metallic sound, the head of the black tiger slipped off its body and fell down without knowing the reason. The other black tigers became more cautious because of their companion's death. Still, their anger at the loss of a companion did not subside, and they finally attacked the woman together. Gar. Gar. In spite of the fact that she was being attacked by the deafening roars that would make an ordinary person faint, the woman herself continued to stand there, looking as if nothing had happened. And then. Clank. Gugger. Gar. The black tigers attacked at once, their heads and bodies cut apart in midair, and they fell down. The pack of black tigers turned into particles of light and left a drop item on the spot. The woman who was attacked quietly gazed at it, and before long, she sheathed the sword in her hand. Phew. This isn't gonna be much of a training session then. The woman who said these unbelievable words was the sword Saint Iris Noblade, who was currently residing in the Regal Kingdom. I mean, it's no good because of the things I say. Iris let out a big sigh, disgusted with her own words, actions, and thoughts. That apostrophe S. Sigh, I'm the only one of my classmates who hasn't married yet. And I can't stop training with my sword. So what am I supposed to do? The strongest and most famous sword saint was worried about her nearing the end of her marriageable age. Iris has been fascinated with swords ever since she can remember and honed her skills to become a knight eventually. However, the House of Noblade, where Iris was born, was a great noble family with the title of Duke, and Iris's father did not allow Iris to become a knight. Therefore, although Iris originally wanted to attend a knight's school, her father forced her to attend a girls' school for the daughters of noble families. Naturally, Iris rebelled against her father's decision. But with the pressure from the Noblade family, and with the persuasion of those around her, she reluctantly entered the girls' school. I was sent to a girls' school, but it didn't mean much to me. Gar. Suddenly, remembering her old self, Iris sliced through the new monsters that were attacking her. However, Iris does not seem to have pulled out her sword, and only a clear metallic sound echoes. Her parents intended for her to enter a girls' school to learn how to behave like a lady and to prepare her to marry into another noble house or royalty eventually. But because she was more interested in swords than romance, and because she hadn't mastered any of the behaviors expected of a noblewoman, her father was unable to find a suitable engagement for his daughter, or even arrange an engagement with any noble family. There were even some offers from noblemen who could be a great connection for the Noblade family, but the Noblade family would lose their dignity and trust if they sent the inexperienced Iris in marriage, so they tearfully turned down the talks of engagement. Buroa. Gar. Iris cut down the monsters one after the other, showing a sense of composure that made it hard to believe that she was being attacked by monsters. She was so bizarre that even the monsters even tried to run away, but they could not escape from Iris's blade. I wanted to give up the path of the sword, but there was no proposal for an arranged marriage for me. It's strange when I think about it. I wonder what the reason for that was. Iris, who was unaware of her parents' intentions, grew up doing whatever she wanted, even though she was not able to quit the girls' school halfway through. However, Iris never abandoned her sword, regardless of the school she attended. Furthermore, The school she entered was not a normal school, but the prestigious Artemia Girls' Academy, and the headmistress was a legendary witch who had once worked as an S-class adventurer despite being a noblewoman. That's why, even though it's a girls' academy, there were classes to learn how to defend oneself, and Iris didn't neglect to practice voluntarily. As a result, Iris acquired abilities that far exceeded those of her classmates and obtained a power that overwhelmed even the teachers. Then, the headmaster of the school, who was interested in Iris' abilities, introduced a certain person to Iris. That person was the former sword saint, who would become Iris's master. Gu Gua. Guo. When I think about it now, it's because of that encounter that I have become the person I am today. Recalling her predecessor, the former sword saint, Iris cut down the fleeing monsters. Since her predecessor was also a woman, she took an interest in Iris, who also wanted to pursue the path of the sword. Iris had a talent for swordsmanship, so she officially became an apprentice, and from there, she became even more devoted to swordsmanship. However, she could not neglect her studies, so she reluctantly continued to attend the girls' school. Although she devoted herself entirely to the sword, she was blessed with many friends. The other students were all girls who were ladylike and seemed to have a hard time with the self-defense classes, but they were surprisingly compatible with Iris. The girls learned self-defense from Iris, and Iris learned how to act like a lady from them. Gradually, Iris's mindset began to change. At first, Iris had no interest in anything but swords, but by the time she was about to graduate, she was as interested as any woman in topics such as romance and marriage. It was common for the fairy tale existence of a holy to be feared more than necessary by those around her, but perhaps because she was blessed with the environment of the girls' academy, Iris was surrounded by many friends, which was unusual for a holy. And when Iris finally graduated from the academy, her father could do nothing about it, as she had already surpassed her predecessor and taken over the title of Sword Saint. No matter how much influence the Noblade family had as a duke house, a holy who dealt with the evil enemy of the world was treated with more importance in some countries, so Iris's father no longer had the power or strength to control Iris's life. That's why Iris's father had given up on her. He gave up on the idea of marrying Iris off to another family and decided not to interfere with her. This was exactly what Iris had wanted. However, after graduation, her friends got married one after another, and she became the only single person left in her class. This was when she started to think about marriage for the first time. However, since she had never been in love before marriage, she had to learn about love first. It's not right. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Iris had reached the turn of her 20s. In this world, it was normal for people to be married by their early 20s at the latest. Iris had not married, or had even been in a relationship with a man. I was approached so many times before, but now no one is talking to me. Why? Why has it become like this? Iris stared at the ground in a dark mood. As Iris said, she was often approached by men when she was a girls' school student on the street. Even though she was in her late 20s now, there was no way that Iris, with her overwhelming good looks, would not be approached. But Iris had set conditions for the man she wanted to go out with. He had to be stronger than her, he had to be financially secure, and he had to be good-looking. She had set these conditions. That's why she turned down all the men who picked her up or approached her directly about an engagement, as they didn't meet all the requirements. And as a result, no one talked to her anymore as she was unapproachable.
I know I've been very strict with my requirements.
So now I've changed my mind. Iris said this in an impatient tone, making excuses to no one in particular. Then, behind such a defenseless Iris, a single monster was quietly creeping up on her. It was a black snake called an assassin's snake, a rank A monster with a massive body of up to 5 meters in length, but its skills had completely shut out the sound and presence as it crept closer. It was difficult to detect because it used skills to hide even its huge body, and many adventurers had fallen victim to its surprise attacks. The assassin snake quietly and calmly aimed at Iris. Shh. I don't need a man to be rich or cool, I just want someone stronger than me. Clank. When the clear metallic sound was heard again, the assassin snake's neck and torso were split apart, and it died. In Iris's hand, she was holding onto a sword again. I wonder if there is anyone stronger than me. Although Iris had completely misjudged which of her conditions should have been loosened, for Iris, wanting someone stronger than herself was unavoidable. She grew up without knowing about romance, and as she developed delusions of being in love, she longed for a prince who could protect her and save her. Iris could not abandon this fantasy she had once yearned for. The somewhat disappointing sword Saint Iris was overwhelmingly strong, but she was struggling against a powerful enemy called marriage. Chapter 1 Part 2. After the fight with the Fist Saint, Master Usagi had completely recovered from his wounds, partly thanks to Akatsuki's sanctuary skill. However, the physical strength he had lost could not be easily regained, so he took a break from training with me and went somewhere for rest. Even so, I couldn't skip my regular training, so I continued my own training with the help of Yuti and Knight. If I had to, I could have asked Uma-san to help me. Still, since there was too much of a difference in skills between him and I, it wouldn't have been helpful in my training. More importantly, Uma-san wasn't very interested in helping me to begin with. I'm not saying he should be my sparring partner, but it would have been nice if he could at least give me some advice on where I might be lacking. But forcing him to help is not a good idea either. So, after the fight with the Fist Saint, I gradually regained my composure and was living a balanced life with school. After a long time, Master Usagi visited me. It's been a while. Ah, Master Usagi. It's been a while. How have you been? No problem. My wounds were already healed in the first place. All I needed was some rest to regain my strength. If that's the case, it's good then, but... As I was worried about whether his strength would return so easily, Yuti came out into the garden of the Otherworld's house. Don't worry. A holy is not that weak. Above all, they have a gift from the planet. Gift from the planet. T/N, I'm not sure if I should translate it as a planet or a star. The kanji is Hoshi. I've been involved with the holy and the evil for some time now, but having reached this point, I could tell from what Yuti had said that there was still some abilities that I wasn't aware of. But for me, I'd rather live in peace without getting involved. I remembered that when I first met Master Usagi, he explained to me that the title of Holy was granted by the planet. Master Usagi nodded in response to Yuti's words. Yeah. I had briefly mentioned it when I met you. We Holy are chosen by the planet and given the title. And being chosen as a Holy comes with an obligation to raise a successor. By letting that successor inherit the title, the Holy will continue. Well, some of them did not find a successor and disappeared in the past. Just like Gilbert, who you dealt with recently. He has no disciples. So there won't be a next Fist Saint. No. The disappeared Fist Saint will be selected by the planet again, and the title will be given to that person. I don't know if one will be selected right now, though.
I see.
As I nodded at Master Usagi's words, he continued. As you can guess from what I've said so far, there is a close relationship between us, the Holy, and the planet. For example, we receive support from the planet, or rather, special benefits. One of these benefits is that we recover our strength faster than other living beings. This is because the planet needs us, the Holy, to defeat the evil. So, don't worry about my strength, it's back to normal. I see. I was relieved to hear Master Usagi's words, but then I suddenly realized something. Huh? In that case, what kind of existence does the Fist Saint and Yuti who attacked us have? Although Yuti has not yet become the Bow Saint, she still has the power of evil, and as for the Fist Saint, he has both the power of holy and evil, right? Isn't this a bad situation for the planet? Master Usagi gave a bitter expression to my pure question. Your point is correct. This situation is dangerous for the planet. The holy, which were supposed to counter the evil, are now turning on the planet and humanity. If that's the case, won't the title of holy be taken back by the planet? That's impossible. The planet can give the titles, but it can't take it away. I told you before, didn't I? We, the holy, are like the cleaners of this planet. And examples like the fist saint are the so-called outbursts of that function. It's uncontrollable. What an inconvenient existence. A holy bearer is a powerful force when on your side but a nuisance as an enemy, and you can't even strip them of their title. Also, I was wondering about one more thing: when the holy fight against the evil, their stats are doubled, right? When you fought the fist saint, did your stats increase? At my question, Master Usagi let out a tired sigh. I wish that was the case. In other words, my status remained halved. I was surprised to hear Master Usagi's unexpected remark. Then, Yuti tilted her head in wonder. Question. Is that also the same as when you fought me? Yes, that's right. We, the holy, will only have our status unlocked when we fight against the evil. In other words, if our opponent is a holy, or if they have acquired just part of the evil's power, our status will not be unlocked. The only time it can be unlocked is when I'm fighting the real evil. I couldn't say anything else. Although it is possible to gain power from the planet, it is still very difficult, isn't it? No, without this kind of restriction, when a person like the Fist Saint comes out with their status unlocked, there is no way to reach their level. The reason why Master Usagi was defeated by the Fist Saint was probably that Master Usagi's status was halved, while the Fist Saint was able to borrow the power of evil. Master Usagi looked at me with serious eyes as I was thinking that it would be bad if there were more and more situations where a holy being like the Fist Saint gained the evil's power. And also, Yuuya. Why, yes. So you've obtained the power of the real evil. Huh? I was surprised by the unexpected statement. Yuti was also astonished by Master Usagi's words. Denial. That's not right. The evil power inside Yuuya was originally mine. In other words, it's only a part of the power of evil. I thought so too. However, the power that drifted from Yuuya at that time was so dense and powerful that it could not be described as just a borrowed part of the evil. It can be said that the power of evil had completely assimilated with him. In other words, it's a power with the same quality as the evil that I once faced. At the time with Yuti, it was like the power of evil was mixed in. But in your case, your whole body was filled with the power of evil. I had heard about what happened from Yuti and Master Usagi when the Fist Saint attacked. It's hard to believe, but it seems that I, with the power of evil running rampant inside of me, defeated the Fist Saint. Even though they told me the situation, I don't remember anything from that time. And that rampant power was the power of evil itself. And it seems that the power of evil that I took from Yuti had become stronger. Even though this was explained to me, it didn't make sense to me. Then I suddenly heard the voice of the evil inside me, which I hadn't heard since the fight with the Fist Saint. Phew. I slept well. Question mark. What's wrong? As I raised my voice, Yuti and Master Usagi looked at me curiously. I told them that the evil inside me had just woken up, and Master Usagi suggested that I ask it about my fight with the Fist Saint. Good morning. Oh, I thought you would be more exhausted. Ha ha ha. So, what's up? Now that I look more closely, I can see that the Kicking Saint and even my previous host are here. No, the other day, the Fist Saint attacked me, right? It seems that my power that manifested at that time was not the same as it was with Yuti, it was more like the power of evil itself rather than your power. Do you know anything about that? So that's what this is about. It's simple. The reason is that your heart was too white. Huh? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. What do you mean by too white? Didn't I say it before? I tried to take over you, but your heart was too white for me to take over. But then you saw that bastard Kicking Saint there getting beaten up by the Fist Saint, and you got mad. I got mad? That was unforgivable at the time, so. The anger that you felt at that time was so black that it far surpassed even Yuuti's desire for revenge. That black heart even bottled me up and had certainly created the power of evil in you. In other words, you are the cause. However, an ordinary person could never create the power of evil with just anger alone. That's where my existence comes in as the catalyst. And it's also great that you have this aptitude for evil. It's uncommon for a person to generate such emotions and be compatible with the evil, you know? In most cases, you would end up having your heart swallowed by the evil as it is. Seriously? Apparently, the power from the evil residing inside of me and my anger caused a chemical reaction that resulted in a complete manifestation of the evil. Also, it seems that I was able to adapt to the evil. But why was I compatible with the evil? When I was thinking about it, I suddenly remembered the endurance skill that I originally had. I wondered if this was an effect of this skill. When Master Usagi heard my explanation, he furrowed his face. Things have gotten complicated, haven't they? Then, what am I supposed to do? You have no choice but to master that power. If not, you'll become a target for us, the Holy, to defeat. That would be a problem. It's not funny to be involved in this conflict, and then be defeated. Master Usagi let out a big sigh at my panicked reaction. Sigh. The training from now on will be for you to master this power. One of the tasks is to interact with the evil inside you. But it seems that you can handle that, apparently. Well, yes, I guess so. Right? You've been talking all the time to me on your own, haven't you? The evil power, which was called out by me, answered in an indifferent manner. Master Usagi and the others are watching the conversation between me and the evil power. Well, I'm the only one who can hear the voice of the evil power, though. But Master Usagi is right. If I'm going to communicate with you, I need a name for you too, right? Oh? A name? Yes. Well, it's not right to call you the evil power every time, is it? As an entity, it is a piece of the evil power inside me, but as long as we can communicate like this, I think it's better to have a name. It will make it easier to communicate. So, do you mind if I give you a name? It's up to you. It continues to be nonchalant, but it doesn't reject me, so maybe it doesn't hate me that much. Now, when it comes to giving a name, it will be that. I had a strong image of it when I first saw it. I was troubled by various things, but I still couldn't get the first image out of my head. How about Kuro? Huh? Kuro? Yes. Because when I first met you, you were a black version of Yuuti. When I said that, both Yuuti and Master Usagi looked at me in surprise. Huh? Surprise. It's too simple. As expected, that's outrageous. That's just it. No, their reaction is normal. It's too simple, and it's just a color. Sorry, I guess it ''s. That's fine. Kuro, huh? It's easy to understand. Are you sure? It's your decision, not mine. No way, I didn't think that the evil power Kuro would accept it in such a straightforward manner. Then, Kuro said with a dumbfounded look. It's better than being given an ostentatious name. It makes me sick. Is that so? As I tilted my head in confusion, Yuuti and Master Usagi opened their mouths. Suggestion. The name should be Toto Schwarzer. That's settled. You don't know what you're talking about, do you, little girl? Of course, I prefer Jiramao. Kuro is a perfect choice, said Kuro immediately. Really? It seems that Kuro did not like the names that Yuuti and Master Usagi proposed. I think they're both more elaborate than mine, though. I'm not sure what's the meaning of the name that Yuuti gave, though. I'm a little dissatisfied, but it looks like a name has been decided. Yes. Then, let's start training right away. Unleash the power of evil. I made a dumb voice at the unexpected remark from Master Usagi. When I looked closely, I saw that Yuti was also surprised. Warning. Yuuya's power is dangerous. If you release it carelessly, it will. That's why you have to get used to it regularly. It's not just me now, you're here too. The situation is also different from time when the Fist Saint attacked, so it won't go as far as a complete release like that time. Is that so? As I tilted my neck, Kuro complimented me languidly. Don't worry. Unlike that time when you accepted me, you should be able to use some of the evil power to some extent now. At that time, I was the catalyst, and it was as if you had created the evil yourself. If it's a power that you have created yourself, your body will naturally know how to release it. Is that so? And even if you unleash it, you don't have any negative emotions in you right now that could be used as energy for the evil. It will not go out of control. In addition to releasing the power of evil at will, there seems to be no need to worry about it going out of control. In that case, please help me with my training. Leave it to me. I'll go harder than before. Please just go easy on me. With the help of the motivated Master Usagi and Yuti, I began to train in earnest to master the power of evil. Part 3. Now, I wonder how long it will take for Yuuya to master the power of evil. When Yuuya began to train with Master Usagi, Uma, who was taking a nap in the house on Earth, opened one eye and muttered, "Geez. Holy, evil, and all that nonsense. That's too much trouble for Yuuya, who has to train to handle the acquired extra power, woof." Knight, who was also resting in the house on Earth, tilted his head in response to Uma's murmur. I'm pitying Yuuya, who is caught up in these things in the other world, even though he belongs to this world called Earth where there is no holy or evil. Woof. Woof. Knight made a small thoughtful gesture and then nodded in affirmation to Uma's words. Don't you think so, Knight? The evil are also troublesome existences. If they are attacking in order to gain control of the world, let's just destroy the entire planet. Woof. As Knight barked strongly as if to say that it is no good, Uma let out a sigh of annoyance. Don't get so angry. It's just a joke. Yuuya wouldn't want that. And more importantly, that guy wouldn't want that either. As he said that, Uma stared into the distance, thinking of the sage who was no longer in the world. Then, interrupting the gloomy conversation, the sleeping Akatsuki woke up with his stomach exposed. Fugo. Fugo? So you're awake too, Akatsuki? Fugo. Bui, bui. Akatsuki woke up and thought that he should get up, but then he realized that Yuuya was not at home and started to sleep again. This guy's really got his own pace. Isn't it better if Yuuya is a little more like Akatsuki? Woof. Knight couldn't say anything to Uma's words. Well, that's fine. Yuuya also just started his training, so I will take another nap too. The moment Uma was about to say that. Woof. Uma suddenly sat up with an inexplicable expression on his face and stared towards the front door. His eyes seemed to be fixed on the earth itself rather than the front door though. Knight tilted his head in wonder at Uma's behavior. Didn't you notice, Knight? Woof. It might be difficult for the current Knight. I guess you'll find out when you grow up. As Uma said that, he turned his attention to the earth. I felt a faint presence of evil from this world called Earth. But it doesn't seem to be the power of evil itself. Anyway, it is strange that such a being is on this planet. I've never felt anything like this before. Uma said to himself. Uma had sensed a faint presence of evil from the earth. Why is there a presence of evil from the earth? Also, where did the presence of evil come from? It was an instantaneous event, so even Uma did not know. I didn't imagine this. I felt it for sure, albeit faintly. But the presence of it has completely disappeared now. I don't understand. Uma continued. Although he thought about it, Uma had no way of confirming the situation since Yuuya told him not to go outside the house because there are no dragons on Earth. It's really inconvenient at times like this. Why don't I just go out without telling Yuuya? Woof. Woof. Knight, startled by Uma's words, rushed to stop him, and Uma let out a sigh. Sigh. Just kidding, just kidding. I'm not going to do anything like that. But you should also be aware of my desire to go out there. Woof. Unlike himself, Uma was not allowed to leave the house on Earth freely, so Knight could not say anything more. It's not Knight's fault, but seeing that Knight was pouting, Uma smiled bitterly. Geez. He's so cute and obedient, even though he's a black Fenrir, a legendary race that rivals my own. But should I tell Yuuya that there was a presence of evil from the Earth? Said Uma. This was the moment when Uma thought so. Ring, ring. It's time to eat. The clock had just rung for lunch, and Uma's attention went straight to lunch. For Uma, who couldn't look around the Earth, eating was one of the few things that allowed him to experience the other world, and that was why he looked forward to mealtime more than anything else. Because of this, the thoughts about the presence of evil that he felt on Earth had slipped entirely from Uma's mind. From Yuuya's perspective, it was a big problem, but from Uma's perspective, it didn't matter where the evil appeared, he was more interested in the food. This was the gap between the priorities of Yuuya and Uma, who was an absolute powerhouse. Fumu. What's today's meal? I want to eat curry after a long time. Uma said so and then went to urge Yuuya to cook with an exciting look. How will this affect Yuuya? No one knows yet. It had been a few days since I started to train the power of evil with the help of Master Usagi and Yuti. It was true that I was able to release the power of evil, as Kuro had said. Still, it wasn't easy to adjust the output as I wanted, or rather, to adjust the power. When I unleashed the power of evil, my stats certainly increased, and I was able to unleash attacks with tremendous power. But it was too powerful, and I was overwhelmed by it. If I were to fight in the city like the time when I first met Yuti, the damage to the people around me would be tremendous. In addition, the power of evil could not be released for a long period of time. During the training when we were sparring as a pair, the power of evil was suddenly cut off, and suddenly the fight was done in a normal state. When I had the power of evil, I was able to fight evenly with Master Usagi, but I was beaten to a pulp as soon as I lost my power. By the way, when I asked Master Usagi if he could double his stats when he fought with me because my power was from the evil, he said that he could adjust his stats, so when he fought with me, he fought with normal stats. The reason why he still beat me up was purely because of the huge difference in level and the large gap in stats between us. And even now, while using the power of evil, I was in an even match with Master Usagi. Ha! Humph! My kick, clothed in the power of evil, was swept away by Master Usagi's kick like a soft willow, and he counterattacked. By the way, when I used the power of evil, a black aura overflowed from my body, and my eyes changed to red. Hey, you're getting it. I know. And when I use the power of evil, I asked Kuro to help me. Kuro controls the power of evil inside me so that I can somehow control it. Or how should I say this? Master Usagi is a monster. After all of my attacks are blocked. However, by watching the movements of Master Usagi, I have been able to adapt his techniques gradually. I'm not sure, but lately, I've been able to catch the movements of Master Usagi and Yuti with my eyes. I wonder why? As I continued to do such practices, I suddenly felt as if I had forgotten something important. Huh? What was it? Then, Master Usagi, who sensed that I was distracted, intensified his attacks. To be thinking about something else while you're training, you've got some nerve, huh? Huh? That. Whoa. While dealing with Master Usagi's attack, my thoughts were still struggling to remember something that I had forgotten. What? Am I forgetting? As my mind worked frantically, I finally remembered what I had forgotten. Ah. I'm going to have a test soon. It completely slipped my mind. I've been preparing and reviewing every day, but it's not good. I have to study for my test. Concentrate on your training. But if I don't study for the test, I won't be able to concentrate on my training. Shut up. Ga? Finally, I was attacked by Master Usagi and blown away.
I have to study.
As I said that for the last time, I lost consciousness. I'm not sure if I can say that things are going well. But my training to handle the power of evil continues. Chapter 2, To the Sea with Everyone. Part 1. I managed to convince Master Usagi to allow me to seriously study and prepare for the test to my satisfaction. And today was the last day of the regular tests. It's over. Cade shouted in a voice that could be heard throughout the classroom as she stretched as hard as she could after handing in the last test. As she did so, I tried my best to avert my gaze from Cade's chest. When I looked closely, I saw that the other boys were staring at Cade. Is it okay to look at her so much? She will get angry. As I thought about it, Rin approached Cade. Hey, Cade? That is, as expected, your service is too good, isn't it? Phewie? Service? Your breasts. As Rin pointed out, Cade slowly checked her situation. And then. Tilda. Her face turned bright red, and she immediately stopped stretching. Seeing this, I could hear the blatantly disappointed voices of the boys in the surrounding. That Kanzaki, she did something unnecessary. It was a momentary Shangri-La. Boys, I can hear everything, okay? As soon as Rin said that with her veins stood out, the boys all straightened their posture. They are so easy to understand. Cade, who noticed that I was watching their exchange, came over to me, her cheeks still red. How was your test, Yuuya-kun? Yeah. I was wondering if it was able to reflect what I studied properly. Is that so? I asked Rin-chan to watch me study. And then I got a lot of the questions that Rin-chan predicted. That's great. When Cade's words made me involuntarily turn my gaze towards Rin, she was scratching her head in embarrassment. It's not a big deal. Anyone can make predictions if they know the characteristics of the teacher. That's absolutely not true. I don't think it's that easy either. In the first place, what does it mean to grasp the characteristics of the teacher? Well, I'm not very good at it to begin with, so I studied the whole test range. Still, perhaps because I've leveled up, my memory was definitely improving. Also, my eyesight had gotten better as well. The things I had studied instantly flowed into my head. What is it? This feeling. Before I leveled up, I couldn't even learn anything from my studies. When I was thinking about this, the others who were getting along with me, such as Ryo and Shingo-kun, gathered around. Oh, everyone is here. Hey, how was everyone's test? Well, I think I did better than I expected. I didn't have any problems either. I think I'm fine, but. No, I want to think I'm fine. No, I looked after you, so don't say such pitiful things. Rin looked at Cade's reluctant face with a dumbfounded look. As I smiled bitterly at the interaction, I noticed that Yukine, who was in the seat next to mine, was in a daze. What's wrong, Yukine? I'm just tired. Is that so? By the way, how was your test? I just want to think about the fun things in life right now. In other words, it was not so good. While we were having this conversation, other students were heading home or to their club activities. Oh, by the way, is Cade doing okay with her club activities? When Ryo suddenly asked that, Cade nodded. Yeah. The club activities themselves start tomorrow. Oh yeah, how is your club activity, Yukine? Hayudu has club activities? Ryo looked at Yukine with surprise. Yukine joined a club activity. What kind of club is it? Is it a light music club? It's the Occult Research Club. You've gone to an unexpected club. However, Cade and Rin seemed to know about it and didn't seem particularly surprised. I'm free from any kind of club activities today. And I haven't brought any experiment books with me today either. Why you have to be very careful with that? For some reason, Cade said that to Yukine with a twitch in her cheeks. Did something happen to them? Well, that's right. Now that the test is over, summer vacation is just around the corner. Ah, you're right, I've had my hands full with tests lately. Yeah, that's happened to me too. Cade and Yukine, you should take more time to study. Ha. I realized from Cade's words that the summer vacation was indeed coming soon. That said, I have no particular plans. And if I had to pick an activity, it would be to spend more time in the other world. I want to check out the whole area in the Great Devil's Nest as soon as possible. When I was thinking about that, Cade suggested with sparkling eyes. So why don't we all have some fun together? There's also a summer festival, right? That's fine, but you know that summer vacation is not only about playing, right? Eh? Is it not? You've got a serious problem there. We have to do our summer homework, too, don't we? And I've heard there's a lot of it. Cade and Yukine were astonished by Shingo-kun and Rin's words. Did they really think there was no possibility of that? No, I guess some schools don't have it. The two of them realized that it was not just a fun summer vacation. As they turned white as burned-out ashes, the classroom door unexpectedly opened. Is Yuuya-san here? Kaori? Oh, Yuuya-san. The one who came to the classroom was Kaori. As soon as Kaori noticed my presence, she came straight to me. Thank goodness you haven't left yet. Well, yeah. Did you need me for something? That's right. And since everyone is here, it's just perfect. Everyone seems to be wondering about it. When everyone tilted their heads at Kaori's words, Kaori smiled. Yes. Now that the test is over, summer vacation will soon be coming. So if you don't mind, I thought I'd invite you all to my vacation resort. A vacation resort? Said everyone in unison. We were surprised by the unexpected invitation, raising our voices. Vacation resort, she said. By the way, I've almost forgotten that Kaori's family is wealthy. My family vacation resort has a beach nearby, and I was wondering if you guys would like to join me. Really? Yay. It's a beach. That would be great for us, but... That's right. But, is it okay? Of course. You all have been treating me so well. What do you mean by treating you well? Why, yeah, I don't remember doing anything much for you. Of course not. You all invited me to play with you, and now I want to invite you to play with me too. It's not that Cade and the others had any particular reason for doing so, they were just normal friends and had been inviting people over to play until now. Kaori had never had a chance to hang out with someone her own age, so this was a new experience for her and made her happy. Then Ryo, who was watching Kaori and the others' reaction, scratched his cheek as if he was troubled. Is it okay if we join you too? Of course. We've played together before. So please join us too, Ryo-san and Shingo-san. In response to Kaori's words, Ryo and Shingo were also invited. So, I'll let you know when we decide on the details. Kaori said and left the classroom. When Cade saw her off, she shouted with joy. Tilda. Yay. We can all go to the beach together. Right? Well, I didn't expect Kaori-san to invite me too. That's true, but since we're here, let's have some fun. Yeah. While Cade was excited by Ryo's words, Rin grinned. But you have to do your homework before you can play. Rin's words seemed to have an effect on Yukine too, and she groaned along with Cade. After being invited to Kaori's vacation resort, we decided on a date that would work for all of us, and we finally entered the summer vacation. And now we were in front of Kaori's vacation resort. So big. No, I could only imagine it as the same size as the school. Why, yeah. When I saw it in person, it was just Rio, Shingo-kun, and I was stunned to see the vacation resort where we would be staying. The vacation resort we were invited to was a log cottage built surrounded by nature, in one of the most popular places for rich people to build vacation resorts. However, the cottage was fully air-conditioned, and there were even convenience stores and supermarkets nearby, so I guess it was a wonderful place to stay, and above all, there is whoa! Beach, it's the beach, Rin-chan. Yes, I see it. The view is beautiful. There was a swimming beach, just a short walk from the cottage. Cade's eyes sparkled looking at the beach, and Kaori, who was preparing the cottage, came over with a smile. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Of course, I am. Thank you. Fufafu. I will show you to your rooms, so please follow me with your luggage. Yes, said everyone. Kaori urged us to head inside the cottage. Naturally, the bedrooms were separate for men and women, but the room where we boys slept was so spacious that there was plenty of room for all three of us to sleep together. The women's room must be quite spacious as well. Or rather, now that I've realized it, I can't believe I'm spending time under the same roof with girls. Of course, there's Yuti staying in my house now, but I'm not used to that yet either. In such a situation, I still can't believe that I'm having a private sleepover with other girls like this. As I was putting my luggage in my room and taking a breather, Cade and the others came to the boys' room. Come on. Guys. We're going to the beach. Why you're so energetic, huh, Cade-san? That's obvious, Shingo-kun. I've been looking forward to this day. Well, she even worked unusually hard on her summer vacation homework. I don't want to remember that. But I did my best. As Rin said, we each finished our summer vacation homework early for this day. I've always been the type of person who finishes my homework early, but Cade and Yukine were different. They were almost dying from the homework before they came to this place. All right, then, let's get changed quickly and go play on the beach right away, shall we? Yeah. That's why we're going to go change our clothes. After saying that, Cade and the others went back to the girls' room. Then one of the girls, Kaori, stayed behind and beckoned me over. Yuuya-san. What's wrong? Speaking of which, is everything okay with Yuti, Uma-san, and the others? I smiled bitterly at Kaori's words. Yuti said she'd rather not participate. She doesn't like to be around a lot of people. That's true too. So, was it bothering her when I suggested she transfer to the school? Oh, no problem. Apparently, she's having fun at school and making friends. I'm glad to hear that. It seems that Yuti had made friends at school, which was a relief to me. She even promised to hang out with her friends during this summer vacation. Also, Uma-san said he's refraining for the same reason as Yuti. Is that so? Yeah. However, I have to prepare food for Uma-san, Knight, and Akatsuki, so I have to go back using magic for that. Really, Yuuya-san's magic is very useful. Kaori smiled bitterly at my words. As Kaori said, the teleport magic is very convenient. That's why I had to be careful to not be seen by others. After listening to my explanation, Kaori went back to change with Cade and the others, and I changed into the swimsuit I had prepared for the day and headed to the beach with Rio and the others. Part 2. Oh, it's so crowded. Why, yeah. I wonder if we can find a spot. Rio, Shingo-kun, and I arrived at the beach ahead of the others, carrying parasols in our hands and looking for a vacant spot. But since the temperature was high and it was a perfect day for swimming, there were a lot of people. Oh, it's a bit far, but wouldn't that be a good place? The place Rio pointed to was indeed a little far from the crowd, and there was a space available. Well then, Yuuya. It's a little far, But it's a good place. Eh? Sure, but do you need help? Shingo and I can set this up ourselves. Why, yeah. So, Yuuya-kun, why don't you go and call Kade-san and the others? Okay. Ryo and Shingo-kun asked me to go and bring Kade and the others. Even so. Do I look weird? When I said that, I looked down at my appearance. The only swimwear I've ever owned was the one I use for school classes. When I talked to Ryo and the others about it, they said that I should have a swimsuit for having fun, so I decided to go a little overboard and buy one. Thanks to the materials I got in the other world, I earned some money when I exchanged them for cash. It's a bit of a luxury. As I was checking my appearance, I suddenly noticed that people around me were looking at me. Isn't that guy really cool? Shall we go talk to him? Yeah. But I think I've seen him somewhere before. Ah. Isn't that the guy who was in a magazine before? That's right. Whoa. I thought the photos were edited, but he looks really cool. I mean, look at those abs. Isn't it amazing? They're so tight. Those are really nice muscles. They're really well trained. Those abs are like chocolate bars. You could grate daikon with those oblique muscles. I hear some unusual voices, but it's probably just my imagination. While feeling strangely uncomfortable and waiting for Kade to arrive, I suddenly heard a voice calling out to me. You Yes? When I turned my gaze toward the voice, I saw several unfamiliar women standing there. See, can I help you? When I asked them, I was so nervous that I was at a loss for words, and they looked at each other. I knew it. Yes, you're the one who was in the magazine with Miyu-chan before, aren't you? Yes, that's right, but you can I take a photo with you? Photo? Why do they want my photo? As I panicked, the women closed the distance between us and took out their phones to snap a picture with me. Thank you. No, it's... After taking the pictures, the women left looking happy, although I had no idea why. Oh, I guess this is what people call coming in like a storm and leaving like a storm. As I watched them leave in a daze, I heard Kaori's voice. Yuuya-san. Kaori. Then I saw Kaori's figure and was transfixed. She was wearing a cute white swimsuit and a hoodie, and when she noticed me, she shyly averted her gaze. My swimsuit. Isn't it weird? Huh? No. Not at all. It looks good on you. It suits you well. I was so nervous that I didn't know what I was saying, but Kaori smiled happily at my words. Is that so? I'm so glad that Yuuya-san said that. This is not good. Until I came here, I was completely unaware of the fact that playing on the beach means that everyone will be wearing a swimsuit. That's right. They said they were going to change their clothes, right? Because of the school lessons, I didn't think anything of it, but after thinking about it, I realized that this is how women get into their beautiful swimsuits. Huh? This means that... Yuuya-kun. Oi. Phew. It's so hot outside. I feel like I'm melting. After Kaori, Kade, and the others came to me, despite my nervousness and stiffness. Kade wore a cute frilly swimsuit and hot pants, Rin wore a black sporty swimsuit, and Yukine wore a salopette swimsuit and carried a floating ring. Each of them looked great. What should I do? I'm not sure where to put my eyes. They are all very attractive, so I had trouble finding a place to look. Hey, look over there. Whoa. Their level is too high. Can we talk to them? No, they're that guy's friends, aren't they? I'm so jealous. The men around me were admiring Kaori and the others in their swimsuits. When I looked closely, I saw that some of the women were also admiring them. They are beautiful even from a woman's perspective. The sight of Kaori and the others made me feel unrealistic, and I couldn't help but think that while having a faraway look in my eyes. Then, Cade peeped into my face curiously at my situation. Yuuya-kan? What's wrong? Huh? No, it's nothing. Really? So, what do you think of me? Yui? It looks good on you. Why, yeah. When Cade asked me that, my cheeks flushed red. I replied in a hoarse voice. Is that right? I see. Hey. I didn't know what the right response would be, as I had only recently been able to have a proper conversation with the opposite sex. However, there was no indication that Cade was unhappy with the answer, so I think I didn't make a fatal mistake. Yuuya. What about me? I didn't know anything about this topic, but as if chasing after me, Yukine continued the conversation by asking me something like that. I'm not sure what to say in this situation. Is it enough to say that she looks good as well? What does Yukine want from me in the first place? When I was confused about how to answer, Yukine put her hand on her chest and looked at Cade for some reason. As expected, it's the breasts. How did you come to that conclusion? I didn't think of anything in particular, and I didn't say anything, but Yukine glared at Cade's breasts with resentment and then looked at me with a frustrated gaze. I didn't even think about the breasts one bit, you know? It's a false accusation. While I was puzzled about the opinions of Cade and Yukine regarding their swimsuits following Kaori's, I was so flustered and I didn't notice that Kaori's cheeks were puffed up. But seeing my continued fumbling, Rin came up to me with a grin and poked me with her elbow. Oya? Oya. Yuuya. Are you nervous seeing Cade and the others in their swimsuits? That's. Of course it is. Ha. That's surprising. You look like you're already being used to this kind of situation, though. My answer made Rin laugh out loud. She said that I'm used to it. There's no way. Where does that come from anyway? I don't know. Well, unlike me, Cade has a great style, Kaori is beautiful, and Yukine is cute. No, Rin is also very beautiful, though. Huh? Because she said something strange, I couldn't help but tell her what I was thinking, and she raised her voice in an unusually indifferent way. In response to Rin's reaction, I realized that I had just said something embarrassing. No, it was because Rin said something weird that I reflexively replied. I'm not the kind of guy who can say something like that without hesitation. I want to be able to say that out loud one day, though. I mean, Kaori, Yukine, Cade are all beautiful, but Rin is also very slender, like a model, and looks great in a mature swimsuit. I wasn't sure why she was saying that. It's just that I'm so nervous when people approach me so openly. Is that so? Ha. Rin said and quickly walked away from me. On closer look, it's unusual to find that Rin's cheeks are dyed red, and she's averting her gaze awkwardly. It makes me more embarrassed when she reacted like that. Well then, let's get going. Ryo and Shingo-kun have already gone ahead and saved a spot for us. I see. If that's the case, we should get there quickly and thank them. You're right. I was not too fond of the situation, so I told everyone about Ryo and Shingo-kun. The atmosphere returned to normal, so I took a breath. Thank goodness. It's too stimulating for me to deal with everyone by myself. As soon as we met up with Ryo and Shingo-kun, we did some careful warm-up exercises and then all headed to the beach to start playing. Ryo seemed to be able to do just about anything, and he showed off his athleticism on the beach as well, swimming far and wide. Shingo-kun was not so good at swimming, so he played in the shallows with a beach ball that Kaori and I had brought with us. Then, when Ryo came back from the long swim, Cade suggested, "Hey, let's all play beach volleyball together." Oh, that sounds good. We all agreed to Cade's suggestion, and when it came time to divide the teams, Shingo-kun volunteered to be the referee. So, we decided to make 3 teams, Kaori and I, Ryo and Yukine, and Rin and Cade. Yuuya-san, let's do our best. Yes, let's do our best. The moment I nodded to Kaori's words, I remembered the ball game tournament the other day. On that day, due to some trouble, Kaori and I were paired up to play tennis. That was where I found out that I should not let Kaori play sports. However, by the time I remembered that, the match was about to start, and our opponents were Cade and Rin. We immediately get to face Yuuya-kun and Kaori. Huh? Can we win this? I don't know. Please go easy on us, okay? Well, I think I would have to work harder rather than being soft, though. As I thought about it, the match began with Kaori's serve. ED, Blast. Part 3. A. R. I shifted my body to the side in response to the ball coming at me from behind. The beach ball went right through where I had been a moment ago with great force. I'm sorry, Yuuya-san. It's okay. I can avoid it, but if Cade and Kaori were teaming up, it might have been dangerous. As I was thinking of that, Rin grinned when she saw Kaori's serve. Huh? It seems that Kaori is not good at sports, huh? Let's aim at her. A as expected, that's. Cade. This is a match, you know. It's a great strategy to win. And Rin began to aim at Kaori with the next serve as she declared, sorry. A. Kaori managed to deal with Rin's serve, but the ball flew in the wrong direction. That direction was out towards the sea. However, I thought that I shouldn't let the ball go out. I ran along the surface of the sea without thinking, caught up with the ball, and returned it to Rin's court. Wait. How can you pick that up? I mean, how can you run on the sea's surface like that? Why, you must have seen it wrong. No, I think so too, but I was chasing after the ball, but it was definitely not normal to run on the surface of the water. Or rather, I'm surprised that I can run on the sea's surface myself. It seems that during my training with Master Usagi, my leg strength had become extraordinary. However, after I returned the ball to Rin's court, Kaori was the only one left on our court. Rin took advantage of that and scored a point. I tried to get back onto the court, but my feet got caught in the sand. Well, I don't have much experience moving in the sand. It's hard to move, and it takes more energy than usual. This seems to be a good practice for me. Although I was here to play, I couldn't help but think about such things due to my training with Master Usagi. After that, Kaori was intensively targeted, and Cade's team defeated our team. Yuuya-san, I'm sorry. I'm just slowing you down. Well, don't mention it. At the time of the ball game tournament, it was still possible to cover since we played tennis, but it wasn't as easy to do so in beach volleyball. Of course, Kaori always tried to keep the ball in play with volleys and receives, but all of them flew at me with lethal force. On the other hand, if there was a competition where that ball could be fully utilized, I think Kaori could compete well enough. After all, it was not only unpredictable but also very fast, so that even I had to rush to avoid it. I think it's at a level that even the monsters I fought in the Great Devil's Nest would be afraid. I was really surprised. After that, we also played against Ryo's team, but the result was still our loss. Cade's team won in the end. Yuuya-san, I'm sorry. That we lost because of me. No. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not sure what the right thing to say to her would be, so I just panicked. But then, with a grin on her face, Rin called out to Kaori. Kaori's team lost all of their games. Isn't that a sign of a disaster? Why, you don't have to say that. Rin laughed out loud at Kaori's reaction. We enjoyed playing beach volleyball for a while and decided to take a break since we played for a long time. Let's take a break and eat somewhere, shall we? Yes. We all agreed to Ryo's suggestion and decided to have lunch at a beach house. The place we were at was far away from the crowds, so there were only a few people at the nearby beach house. When we turned our attention to the more crowded area of the beach, we noticed that the beach houses there were very busy. Even though there seemed to be more people over there, is this beach house okay with you guys? I think it's fine. Yeah, I guess so. It's probably only crowded there because it's in a good location. The taste won't have much difference. So we headed to the nearest beach house. Oh, Tenjou and the others. What a coincidence. What? I'm surprised. What's Sawada-sensei doing here? Our homeroom teacher, Sawada-sensei, acted as a waitress at the beach house we were headed to. What's more, she was wearing an apron over a black bikini. Unlike her usual loose shirt and lab coat.
I don't know where to look.
No, I always have trouble looking at her. We were surprised, but Ryo, who came to his senses quickly, hurriedly asked. Sensei, what are you doing here? You're a teacher, aren't you? Huh? Is it okay to have a second job? If you ask me that. Of course, I was surprised because I hadn't expected to meet her in such a place. She had an image as someone who didn't go out much and might be doing experiments at some facility aside from being a teacher, but now when seeing that she was working as a clerk, I thought it would be unsuitable for her profession to have a second job. Moreover, Kaori, the daughter of Tsukasa-san, the chairman of the board of directors, was also here right now, and I felt like Sawada-sensei couldn't make any excuses for it. Then, Sawada-sensei replied in a tone with no particular agitation and without hesitation. It's not a side job. Because this is my parents' house. Eh? When I was surprised again by the unexpected answer, a stern man came out from the beach house. The man was wearing the same apron as Sawada-sensei, but he had a very tough expression on his face, which was somewhat mismatched. He also had a large scar on his face, and with his body being large and muscular, he was quite intimidating. He didn't look like an average person. Hey, Ria. Don't slack off. The man probably called Sawada-sensei by her first name and yelled at her. His loud voice, coupled with his appearance, was quite intimidating. We froze, but Sawada-sensei didn't seem to mind and replied in her usual tone. No, Dad. These are my students. Your students? Dad? We and the man Sawada-sensei's father overlapped our surprised voices. He is her father? Even though I knew it was rude, I couldn't help but compare the two of them. Do they even resemble each other? We were dumbfounded, but as soon as the surprise subsided, the man's expression changed, and he spoke to us with a smile. It can't be helped if you kids are Ria's students. Since this girl is like this, you kids must be having a hard time, right? Is she a good teacher? Why yeah, she's a very good teacher. When Kaori, the chairman's daughter, answered in confusion, Sawada-sensei's mouth twitched. You don't trust me, do you? I am an excellent teacher, you know? Even if you're talented, I don't know if that makes you a good teacher. That's for the students to decide. That's a good point, I guess. Sawada-sensei laughed and nodded. Sawada-sensei's father looked at us in amazement. Oh! When I looked closely, I realized that all of the girls were beautiful. And the guys are handsome, too. What's this? Are all the kids at your school like this? All the students are like this. What kind of monster school is that? No, Father-san. I think so too. There are a lot of students with good personalities and have appearances that are beautiful or cool like Kaori and Ryo. Well, as you may have figured out from the conversation, I'm Ryo's father, Ginji. Since you're here, I'm going to treat you all to lunch. No. We're sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. Hey, Ryo. You're not busy anyway, right? Show them to the tatami room while I'm making the food. I'm not busy, but that's because there are no customers. Shut up. See, certainly, there are a lot of people on the beach, but there are no customers here. Is it possible that being just a little bit farther away from the beach can make such a difference? Sawada-sensei's father. Ginji-san shouted at her, but Sawada-sensei walked out of the reception area and came over to us. So that's it. Sensei's family runs this beach house. That's how I was forced to help out during the summer vacation if I was free. Of course, I don't get paid.
I see.
In other words, it doesn't pay as it's an extension of helping out at home, so it's not a side job. I don't know if that's really true, but it's not something we can talk about. Kaori might be able to say something, though. Sawada-sensei led us to the tatami room, and after waiting for a while, Ginji-san brought us some food. Hey, you're all still growing up, right? Eat a lot, eat a lot. Yeah. What came out in front of us was a large bowl of yakisoba, the aroma of the sauce stimulating our appetite. When we took advantage of Ginji-san's kindness and tried the yakisoba, we were surprised at the taste. Delicious. Amazing. I think I've never had such delicious yakisoba before. Munch munch. The yakisoba we were served was delicious. Of course, eating yakisoba at a beach house, combined with the situation, might have made it taste better than usual. However, the yakisoba made by Ginji-san was even better than that. As everyone was absorbed in eating the yakisoba, Kade muttered to herself. Why are there so few customers when it's so good? Kade. I'm sorry. Kade hurriedly apologized when Rin warned her in a dumbfounded manner. But Ginji-san didn't get angry about it as he smiled bitterly. It's okay, it's okay. It's the truth anyway. Well, the location is bad. It's located at the edge of the beach, and when you compare it to the most crowded part of the beach, there are far fewer people here. That's why we don't get many customers. Besides, I'm pretty sure the store over there has a better variety of food than this one. I see. Indeed, when I looked at the menu for Ginji-san's beach house, there were only curry and beer on the menu aside from yakisoba. It's such a shame when the food is so good. It's a pity. As Shingo-kun and Yukine said that, Sawada-sensei seemed to notice something and stood up. Right. Oh? What's the matter, Ria? Sensei's got a great idea. Good idea? We tilted our heads in confusion, but Sawada-sensei nodded confidently. Yeah, a good idea. Blast. Part 4. Okay, Table 3, 2 yakisoba noodles, please. Here, 1 glass of beer. 2 curries, please. Before we knew it, we were working at Ginji-san's beach house temporarily, which was different from our original purpose of playing on the beach. Sawada-sensei's good idea was for us to work as helpers. I suddenly thought back to Sawada-sensei's behavior at that time. Sawada-sensei said, there are some of the most beautiful men and women in the school here. So I'd like to ask you to be our sales staff. Sales staff? Of course, we'll pay you. With that in mind, we began our work here. Moreover, Ginji-san seemed to be somewhat troubled by the lack of customers, so when he asked us to help him, we took the job. Well, Ginji-san treated us to yakisoba. I also had a chance to taste his curry as well, which was also very tasty, so I think Ginji-san's food will attract many repeat customers, and I'm going to help him with that. As soon as we started working as wait staff, many male customers came to see the beautiful Kaori and the others, and thanks to the handsome Ryo and the cute little animal like Shingo-kun, many female customers came as well. As the number of customers increased, Ginji-san was cooking at an incredible pace. That's a happy cry, oi. Oh, Dad, keep up the good work. Ria, you should at least be able to cook as well. However, since Sawada-sensei couldn't cook, she couldn't help Ginji-san. Instead, she was doing her best to wash the dishes. Ryo and I offered to help with the dishes, but Ginji-san said he would take care of that himself, so we put all our effort into carrying the food out. 2 yakisoba and 2 beers, correct? Please shake my hand. Yes? Oh, that's not fair. Please take a picture with me. I got some weird orders like this quite often, but I think things were generally going well. As the number of customers increased, word of mouth seemed to spread, and eventually, enough customers came to fill Ginji-san's beach house. Aren't all the waitresses here high level? The girls are super cute. and the boys are amazing too. I mean, is this some sort of event? The yakisoba is delicious, though. The curry is good too. I could hear the various customers' voices, and it seemed that they didn't have anything bad to say. Ginji-san's food was delicious, wasn't it? Now I not only had to carry out the food, but also clean up the dishes after the customers left, and it was getting too much for me to handle. So I increased the number of dishes I carried at a time. Hey, that's amazing. How many could he carry? I put trays on my hands and arms, placed dishes on top of them, as well as stacked them on my head, and carried a considerable amount of after-dinner dishes. It's a lot of work, but my improved body had the balance and strength to carry it without difficulty. I'm glad that I'm useful in these areas. Tenjou, I need your help. Yes? What's the matter? We're about to run out of food, so I need your help to buy more. You seem to have the most strength. Is that so? What are you talking about? You're the guy who wrestled a bear on the field trip, aren't you? That's right. So, while Sawada-sensei was taking me to buy food, an incident happened. You please don't. Come on, let's have some fun together. Yes, we'll show you how to have fun. A group of male customers with tan skin were grabbing Kaori's arms. Seeing that, Cade, who was nearby, called out to them. Can't you stop doing that? You're troubling her. Oh, you're cute, too. Yes, you can hang out with us, too. Come on, let's bring your other friends. Please stop. Hey, you guys. Rio, who was nearby, tried to stop them, but one of the male customers, a muscular man, stood in his way. Don't get in our way. I'm not interfering, I'm telling you to stop. If you want me to stop, go ahead and try. What can you do, you skinny bastard? Huh? Coo. When one of the men surrounding Kaori and Cade pushed Rio away, he staggered heavily. Rio was good at sports, and he was by no means frail. However, all of the men surrounding Kaori and the others were much more muscular and taller than Rio, making them quite intimidating. In terms of the number of people, the situation was not good, and the atmosphere in the whole store was getting worse. Oh, excuse me, I need to pass by. Yuuya-san. Yuuya, who was just coming back from shopping for groceries, came back with both hands full of shopping bags. However, having just returned from shopping, Yuuya couldn't grasp the situation and headed to Kaori and the others without hesitation, as he had something to do. Excuse me. Please excuse me for a moment. Huh? One of the men furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure at the unabashedly approaching Yuuya. Hey you, can't you see that? We are having a nice conversation with these girls right now, get lost. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. But we're a little short-staffed, so we need these two to help us out. Huh? You don't understand the situation, do you? Even if you say so. Since Sawada-sensei, who returned earlier with more ingredients, the orders that had been stopped began to move and the store became hectic again. For the time being, the two of them have work to do, so I'll take them with me. I'll listen to what you have to say instead. You just. In order to stop Yuuya from taking Kaori and Cade away, the man grabbed Yuuya's arm, but he didn't falter. Then, Kaori and Cade were freed from the man's hands and immediately went into Ginji's store. Seeing this, Yuuya felt relieved for a moment, took a breath, and tried to head back as well to put down the bags in his hands. However, the men moved into a position to surround Yuuya. Hey, are you fucking kidding with us? Huh? What apostrophe S? Shut the fuck up. Kia. The other female customers shouted at the man who suddenly attacked Yuuya, but Yuuya, who was attacked by the man, was in a panic about something else entirely. To suddenly attack me. It's dangerous for the other customers and it will destroy the store's property too. Not understanding the reason at all, Yuuya was just as confused about being attacked, but he was more worried about the customers around him than about being attacked, as the men went on a rampage. As he avoided one man's attack while thinking about that, the other men attacked Yuuya one after another. In order to do something, Yuuya tried to move but remembered that he still had the shopping bag in his hand. Realizing that he would not be able to move properly, he threw the shopping bag into the air and gently caught the men's fists and kicks, then straightened them all into an upright position and held them there. Just then, the shopping bag came back to Yuuya's hand. Huh? Oh? The men didn't know what had happened and, for some reason, cocked their heads at the fact that they were standing upright. When Yuuya confirmed that there was no damage to the surrounding objects or customers and that the men were not injured, he took a breath. Please don't get violent. There are customers here. The men came to their senses when Yuuya told the bewildered men and tried to attack him again, but... Oh oi, you. I thought it was so noisy when I was concentrating on cooking in the kitchen. You people, what are you doing? Huh? Hi. Genji was glaring at the men with anger on his stern face. His expression was so terrifying that all of the men who had been so energetic earlier were scared out of their wits. You've got some nerve there. I wonder if you're ready to be chopped up and used as a filling for yakisoba. Huh? I'm sorry Yi. The men ran out of the beach house with tears in their eyes because of Genji, who did not look like a regular person. All of them, including the surrounding guests, were stunned by the scene, and Yuuya immediately bowed his head. I'm sorry, Genji-san. Thank you very much. I didn't do anything. Are you guys okay? Why yes. We're fine. Ryo-kun and Yuuya-kun helped us. No, I didn't do anything. Yuuya was the one who saved you. I see. Yuuya, you're amazing. When I looked closely, I could see that you've been working out like crazy. Tenjou is one of the most physically gifted in our school. All of the PE teachers were amazed. They said he could be in the Olympics. That's just. Genji's cheeks twitched at the information provided by Sawada-sensei. And then the surrounding guests began to applaud. That was amazing. Yeah. It was like watching a scene from a movie. I mean, I've only seen moves like that in the manga. It was so fast, I could barely understand it. Well, that. Yuuya, who didn't expect to be praised, was bewildered by the reaction of the people around him. Genji laughed at the situation and turned to his customers. Well, our waiter is awesome, right? Well, please continue to enjoy your meal. Thus, despite the troubles, Genji's store, thanks to the hard work of Yuuya and the others, as well as Genji's cooking, achieved the highest sales ever. Chapter 3, The Mysterious Shrine Maiden. Part 1. After we finished our unplanned work at the beach house owned by Sawada-sensei's family, we went back to the beach to have fun. At that time, Ryo and Shingo-kun were approached by women. Many people also approached me, probably because I stood out at Genji-san's beach house, and that confused me. However, we didn't have to worry about anything happening to Kaori and the others again like at the beach house, thanks to the fact that we all stayed together as much as possible. Then we went back to the cottage for our dinner and to have a rest. In the meantime, I moved to a secluded place and went home to prepare dinner for Night and the others. Uma-san seemed to have slept all day, and everyone stayed quietly at home. When I finished preparing Night and the others' meal and snuck back to the cottage, Yukine brought a book with her from her room. Everyone, do you have a minute? What is it? Yukine-san. When Kaori tilted her head, Yukine held out the book in her hand and proposed to us. Do you want to test your courage? A test of courage? Rin and Cade seemed to have realized something, especially Cade, whose cheeks twitched. Yukine-chan? Are you serious about this? Test of courage? I'm serious. No. Cade-san? We are confused by Cade's loud shout at Yukine's words. What happened to her? Then, Rin smiled bitterly and again told us about the occult research club that Yukine is a member of. So, is the test of courage related to that club activity? It's not just because of the club activities. But when I was researching the cottage area before coming here, I found a place that looked like a good place for a test of courage. So I just suggested it. A good place for a test of courage. Cade continued to react loudly to Yukine's words. Maybe she's not very good at ghosts and such. Fortunately, I'm not so bad at it, so I'm fine. In a different world, I had fought with a ghost-type monster called Wraith. I don't know if the ghosts in this world have the same characteristics as the monster called Wraith, though. I used to come here a lot with my father, but I didn't know there was such a place. Yeah. There seems to be a pretty old shrine. When Yukine replied to Kaori's surprise, Ryo suddenly had a question and asked her. I understand that the shrine is the best place to test our courage, but is it open at night? It looks like it's open. But you shouldn't make any noise. Just enjoy the atmosphere. Yeah, that's right. Even though it's open even at night, causing a disturbance was out of the question. So, we should all go to the shrine. Cade raised her hand when Yukine said that with an unusually rough snort. No, I don't want to. Lie. Cade seemed to like it even though she said she didn't. I'm not that weird. It's interesting, you know? Ryo-kun. I'm also a little interested. Even Kaori? Cade looked around as if she was looking for a friend, as if she didn't expect that there would be so many people interested in a test of courage. That's right. Shingo-kun? You don't want to do the test of courage, right? Well. I'm sorry about that. I'm also a little interested in it. No way. Cade's face turns pale in despair. She seemed to be in a state of shock. Yuuya-kun, how about you?
I was.
Sorry, I'm not that bad at it, so. Ugh. I don't have any friends. Cade groaned and got teary-eyed. I'm sorry for what I said. Then, Rin laughed out loud at the sight of Cade. Ah ha 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 ha. Just give up, Cade. Besides, the place we are going to is a shrine, you know? Isn't it rather safe? Safe? You see, a shrine is a place where gods reside, right? There won't be any scary devils or ghosts there, you know.
I wonder if it's...
Right. Rin said this to persuade Cade, but is it really true that a shrine is safe? Although it is open at night, a shrine is like a home for the gods, right? Even humans would not like it if people came into their homes without permission in the middle of the night. I feel it would be somewhat wrong. But if that is the case, wouldn't it be a nuisance to make a New Year's Eve visit to the shrine? Cade was about to be persuaded by Rin's words, but then she noticed something and shook her head. But if I don't go, I'd be safe to begin with. TSK. Rin-chan, why did you click your tongue? Geez. Then, do you want to stay here? When Rin's unexpected words surprised not only Cade but also us, Rin grinned. We'll simply go to the shrine to test our courage. If you're scared, you can wait for us here, Cade. But you'll be alone in this cottage, you know? Hi. Cade shrieked at Rin's smile. Rin-san, you have said a terrible thing. Then, Cade shivered with tears in her eyes and finally screamed. Rin-chan, you're a demon. Ah ha 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 ha. Thus, Cade will also participate in the test of courage. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
It doesn't sound like it, but... As we approached the shrine, Cade seemed to get more and more scared and was now clinging to my arm. At first, I was very nervous about Cade clinging to me, but the way she clung to my arm and how she looked at me made me more worried than nervous. If you're so scared, do you want to go back to the cottage? Don't leave me alone. No, if you're going back, I'll stay with you. But Kate didn't seem to hear my words and kept walking while shaking her head. In the end, we're going to go with everyone. Then I noticed Kaori was watching Cade and me. Kaori? What's wrong? Huh? No, it's nothing. Really? If it's nothing, then it's probably nothing. Ugh. I should have been scared from the start too. With that thought in mind, I turned my attention to Cade, who continued to struggle with her fears, and did not notice Kaori's murmur. Yuuya. You are also a sinful man. Huh? I tilted my head when Rin said that in a meaningful way. Sinful, huh? Did I do something to offend anyone? As we moved forward following Yukine, we stopped when she stopped. This is our destination, wow. It's huge. Why yeah. And it's pretty mysterious. As Shingo-kun said, the shrine in front of us looked more mysterious than scary due to the fact that it was in the middle of a forest with the moonlight shining on the shrine. The beauty of the place made us admire it for a while. I didn't know there was a place like this nearby. It's a nice place, regardless of whether this is a test of courage or not. Cade thinks so too, doesn't she? Yuan. It's beautiful. The mystical sight of the shrine seemed to make Cade forget her fears, even if this was only temporarily. And then Yukine, who was also admiring the shrine and the surrounding atmosphere, muttered. It's beautiful. But it wasn't the right place for a test of courage. Well, that's okay. That's how we got to see the beautiful scene. It was the moment when Rin was about to say so. I feel some mysterious presence. Exclamation mark. Suddenly, a woman slowly appeared from the shrine. The woman was dressed in a shrine maiden attire, her glossy black hair was tied on both sides, and her bangs were neatly trimmed. Her eyes were lifted up, and she seemed to have a strong spirit. She looked to be about the same age as us, but she seemed to have a holy aura about her. When all of us were surprised by the shrine maiden's sudden appearance, Cade pointed at such a woman and exclaimed. G, triple G ghost. Where's the ghost? The woman's words were met with a look of disbelief. We came here to test our courage, so I can understand why Cade might think she's a ghost. But no matter how you look at it, she's a shrine maiden of this shrine. The shrine maiden let out a sigh and looked over at us. There's something strange going on here, so I came over too. What? You don't look like worshippers, are you? Yukine answered the shrine maiden's questioning expression straightforwardly. We came here to test our courage. Test your courage. Your. What is it? As soon as the shrine maiden gave Yukine a sharp look, she moved away from Yukine with an astonishing speed. Exclamation mark. You're possessed by something outrageous. Something outrageous? How could you not notice? Oh, geez. I'll exorcise you right now. The shrine maiden then pulled out what looked like a talisman from out of nowhere. Then, chanting something in a voice we couldn't hear, she threw the talisman at Yukine's shadow. What the hell are you? Gu Gugya, Gai. Exclamation mark. Then, Yukine's shadow suddenly swelled, and a black mist appeared. What the heck is this? This is not a different world. Yuuya-san, what is that? Kaori, who also knows about the different worlds, had her eyes wide open, not expecting to see such a monster on Earth. Kaori and I were so surprised, but Cade's surprise was probably even greater. WR. No way? Hi AI. Yukine. Have you done something again? While Cade and the others are pale and trembling, Yukine doesn't seem to be too frightened. Is it a daily occurrence in the occult research club? I looked at Yukine, but she kept a straight face and nodded quietly. It surprised me. Don't you understand it? Rin immediately tsukumied her. I'm glad to hear that. I was wondering what I would do if someone told me that this was the norm. With that in mind, the shrine maiden who threw the talisman that may have caused the monster to appear in front of her paled as she faced the monster. What on earth is this thing? It is neither an evil spirit nor a yokai. I've never seen such an evil being. It seems that this monster was unexpected even for the shrine maiden. Then the black mist began to change its shape as it looked around. The creature now stood on two legs, its entire body heaving with muscles. The claws and fangs were sharp, and the skin was black as if the shadows and darkness had become flesh. This is Guggy. Ggi. What? Everyone? The moment the monster screamed a cry that cut through the air, Kaori and the others fell to their knees. I tried to pick up everyone in a hurry, but the monster threatened me, and I couldn't move as I wanted. What the heck is this thing? Then, the shrine maiden, who was the only one to get down on one knee, looked up at me in pain, and opened her eyes. How can you, in this situation, still remain unaffected? Or rather, there's also a hint of wickedness in you too. What do you mean by that? I don't know what. Kujigigigi. For me, it was as if everyone had suddenly collapsed due to the screaming of the monster in front of me. There was nothing wrong with my body. The monster seemed to be even more alarmed by the fact that I was not affected in any way. While I was confused by the situation, Kuro, who had been quietly sitting inside me all this time, called out to me with a big sigh. Phew! There was a strange presence, so I came to check it out. Why is this guy here? Hey, Yuuya. This is the place called Earth, right? Yes, but... Kuro. Do you know what this monster is? I know what it is an existence that has failed to become an evil. So, it's an evil beast? When I listened back to the unfamiliar words, I couldn't help but ask. The shrine maiden who was moaning in pain looked at me with a doubtful expression. Why you? Who the heck are you talking to? Oh, that. You're so careless, aren't you? Oh well. Listen to me without talking. The evil beast in front of you is not a good thing either for you or for this world. I don't know why it's in this place at all, but... First of all, if you leave it alone, there will be some serious problems, said Kuro. Even if you say that it will cause a lot of trouble. The evil beast is so strong that it's called the evil incarnation. Knight and the others are not here right now. Will I be able to handle this on my own? As I was feeling uneasy, the evil beast, which has been on guard for a long time, attacked me as if it had lost its nerves. Kujigigigi. Gugigigya. Uck. That's dangerous. Geei. The shrine maiden tried to take out some kind of talisman again, probably to protect me from being attacked, but she couldn't move her body enough and ended up losing the talisman from her hand. I considered hurrying to avoid it, but I couldn't because Cade and the others were just behind me. Then, my body, which naturally moved to fight back due to my training with Master Usagi, kicked the evil beast on the side of the head while half dodging its attack. Gi? The evil beast took my kick and was blown away, hitting a nearby tree and slipping down. Goob Gi. I thought it was a decent kick, but you're still standing, huh? Even though I kicked it with all my might, the evil beast was still alive as it tried to stand up, though it looked like it was in pain. Although not completely, it still has the power of evil and is probably quite strong. If that's the case. At the moment when the evil beast hurriedly tried to retake its stance, the shrine maiden unexpectedly jumped out. She released a talisman at the evil beast. Get out of here. Gugigya? When the talisman touched the evil beast, it began to suffer. Then, it desperately tried to remove the talisman but was unable to do so. Finally it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. That talisman is. Or rather, who the heck is this shrine maiden? More importantly, how is Kaori and the others? I rushed over to Kaori and the others to check on their condition. Then, it seems that all of them are just asleep, which is a relief. Thank goodness. Hey, you. Huh? When I turned my gaze towards the voice, I saw a languid-looking shrine maiden glaring at me. Why were you the only one who was safe? And can you explain to me the power that overwhelmed the monster earlier? I was at a loss for an answer, not knowing what to say. Chapter 4, Wriggling Malice. Part 1. I was able to get permission for Kaori and the others who were still asleep to rest at the shrine, so I took advantage of the hospitality and carried everyone to bed. So, what was that all about earlier? After putting everyone to bed, I was interrogated by the shrine maiden like that. I don't even know what that thing was either. You're lying. You must have something to do with it, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't explain your power to defeat the monster earlier. Even if you say so. When asked if that has anything to do with me, it seems that the monster is an evil beast that is a corruption of the evil from the other world, so I can't say that it has nothing to do with me. However, I have no idea why such a being appeared on this earth. For a moment, I thought that the door to the other world in my house might be the reason why it came out of there. Still, it would have to break through the mysterious barrier covering Sage San's house in the other world. More importantly, Knight and Uma-san would have noticed it. Though Uma-san would likely have left it alone. With that in mind, the shrine maiden, who once again wore a serious expression, opened her mouth. I don't know exactly what, but there is a presence of evil in you, too. So, I will exorcise it. Eh? The sudden offer made me shout in a distracted voice. Do you mind? I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but I can feel the same evil presence in you as in that monster. So if I don't exorcise it right now, you'll be in trouble again. No, that's... Hey, is this woman trying to make me disappear? Said Kuro. The shrine maiden's words made Kuro, who was inside me, panicked. Certainly, the evil beast was extinguished with that talisman, and it may be effective for Kuro as well. It's not like I''M. It's okay. For now, take off your clothes for the exorcism. Why? I opened my eyes to the shrine maiden's sudden request. Taking off my clothes. I was confused, but the shrine maiden frowned unhappily. Can I? In order to exorcise that evil presence, we need to borrow power from the holy air that floats around the world. So, the more skin you expose, the easier it is for the Holy Spirit to enter. That's why I'm telling you to take off your clothes, because they're in the way. Yuuya. You should never take off your clothes, said Kuro in a hurry. No, I'm not taking my clothes off. Why not? I said, take them off. The shrine maiden finally took a hard line and tried to pull my clothes off. I know she's trying to be nice, but I don't want Kuro to be exorcised, and I don't want to take off my clothes either. I'm stronger than her, but if I resist with all my might, I might injure the shrine maiden, and more importantly, my clothes will tear. What should I do with this? Oh, geez. Stop your useless resistance. No. Help me. Yuuya-san, what is going on here? When we were startled by the unexpected voice, Kaori was glaring at us with fierce eyes. Yuuya-san. Who is that woman over there? And why is it that Yuuya-san is undressed? Kaori was about to say that much, but she seemed to recognize my current appearance once again, and her face gradually turned red. Kaori. It's a misunderstanding, That's right. It's not like I'm doing anything wrong. The shrine maiden and I rushed to clear up Kaori's misunderstanding. Then Kaori, who managed to regain her calm after resolving the misunderstanding, looked around again. By the way, where are we? We were supposed to have come to test our courage. In response to Kaori's reaction, I couldn't help but look at the shrine maiden, who also had a puzzled expression on her face. No way, does she have no memory of meeting that evil beast? Then after Kaori, Cade, Rin, and the others woke up, and everyone was confirmed to be safe. However, none of them seemed to remember anything about the evil beast. Seeing the reaction of Kaori and the others, the shrine maiden quietly approached me. It seems that everyone doesn't remember anything about that. Why, you're right. Phew. I would really like to ask them some questions, but they don't seem to know much about that monster either, so there's no need to tell the rest about it. I'm worried about what it might do to their body later, but I've never seen anything like it before, and there's nothing I can do about it. Well, I've been attacked in the same way, and there's nothing physically wrong with me, so I think everything will be fine. Certainly, considering the fact that everyone suddenly fainted, it would be better to think of some kind of effect. For the time being, I checked the condition of everyone with their identification skill, but I didn't see anything strange. It's okay. Anyway, if you learn anything from this, don't try to test your courage again, just leave quietly. That's all the shrine maiden said as she turned to leave. Wait, please. What? When I hastily stopped her, she looked at me with a slightly unhappy expression. But, undaunted by such a gaze, I opened my mouth. I'm sorry about this. And thank you for letting Kaori and the others rest here. I don't mind, that's about right. But next time, you should be a little more careful. Yes. We'll be careful. As we were about to leave, the shrine maiden unexpectedly called out to us. You. Huh? Is it me? Yes. The shrine maiden looked at me closely and asked quietly. What's your name? Oh, I'm Yuuya Tenjou. Fumu. Tenjou, right. As the shrine maiden muttered that to confirm, I couldn't help but ask her. And you are? My Kagurazuka. Shrine maiden-san, or Kagurazuka-san said and turned her back on us once again. And then. I have a feeling I'll be seeing you again at some point. Huh? Well then. That was all Kagurazuka-san said, and this time she left. After that, we went back to the cottage quietly and went to bed immediately. The next day, we made it back to our hometown safely. Well, the beach was fun. Why, yeah. It was fun to play with everyone. Though we were a bit confused when we were suddenly asked to help Sawada-sensei's family. That's true. I was more surprised about meeting Sawada-sensei at the beach. She was boing. Yukine-chan? Rin murmurs with a wry smile as she recalls her memories of the beach. Even so. The fun time flies by so fast. That's right. I had a lot of fun playing with you guys too. Thank you very much. That should be our line, you know. Yeah. Thanks to Hojo-san, we were able to play with all our might like this. Ah, really? If you say so, it's worth inviting everyone. But now that the beach is over, the summer vacation will continue for a while. Can we go out again somewhere? When I suddenly suggested this, Cade's eyes lit up. That's good, let's play. I've already finished my summer homework, after all. That's because I took care of it for you, thank you very much for the help, hee. So, what's next, a summer festival? Oh, a festival. That sounds great. Yeah. Then let's have a festival next time. So, after promising to go to a summer festival, we parted ways this time. Then I went straight home too. I'm home. Woof. You're back, welcome home. Booey. You finally returned. Now, prepare the food. I'm starving. Knight and the others greeted me. In the past, it would have been hard to imagine playing with friends and having someone welcome you home like this. While enjoying such happiness, I prepared food for Knight and the others. But as I prepared the food for them, I kept thinking about something. What is that monster? The evil beast? I've heard that it's an incarnation of evil. What's more, how can it cross into this world? I asked Uma-san about something that had been bothering me. Uma-san. What is it? I'm hungry now. Go ahead and make me some food. I want to eat curry. Why, yes, I was going to ask him about the evil beast that had crossed into this world, but as I was busy preparing the meal, I missed the chance to ask him. Part 2. It was the next day after I came back from Kaori's vacation house. The summer vacation is still going on, so today, I was thinking of cleaning up my grandpa's warehouse, which I hadn't done recently. Then, Uma-san, Yuti, and others came to see me, as if they were interested in my grandpa's warehouse. I've always thought this place had a strange vibe, but looking at it again, I can feel it more strongly. Affirmative. It's strange. Is that so? There are indeed many things in this room that Grandpa acquired during his travels, all of which are of unknown use, but... As I contemplated and tilted my head, Uma-san let out a sigh of exasperation. Yuuya. You're in a room with all this power swirling around you, and you don't feel a thing? Huh? It's not just one kind of power. Every single one of them has a power that I do not know. Who is this? Grandfather of yours anyway? Well. There are things that even Uma-san doesn't understand. Grandpa, what did you really have collected? I was going to clean it up now, but I'm getting a little afraid to touch it. However, if I don't do it, it won't be finished anytime soon, so I start to sort it out. Uma-san looked interested in the beginning, but he eventually got bored halfway through and went back to another room in the Earth House. Yuti also said she was going to practice archery and headed to the garden of Sage-san's house in the other world. Well, I was going to do it alone from the beginning, so that was fine. While sorting it out little by little, I also activated my identification skill while I was at it. Really, Grandpa, where did you get these from? Some things, even with the identification skill, I couldn't even tell the name of the item, let alone its effect. For example, I don't know what the principle of this thing is, but I can't tell the name, the effect, nor the material of this cubic stone, floating on a pedestal. No, really, why is it floating? It's not like it's magnetic. As I continued to sort through the items while activating identification skill, I suddenly found something familiar. Huh? This looks like something a monk would carry, doesn't it? It was something called Karkara, and in my mind, it was a thing that a monk would carry. I'm not particularly surprised that such a thing would come out of nowhere in a world overflowing with things whose purpose is unknown, but it does make me curious. I thought that the identification skill would not work on this one either, but this time it did. However, Heavenly Karkara, it's somewhat quite a bit of a thing, but what is it? This exercise is. What's more, there was only one word of effect written on it. I can't understand anything about this. What is it? This is similar to the talisman that Kagurazuka-san was using the other day. The other day, when an evil beast attacked me, I suddenly remembered that Kagurazuka-san, the shrine maiden I had met there, had used a talisman to kill the evil beast. I wondered if that was also a kind of exorcism? An item I don't understand? Is it a weapon? As I was bewildered in front of the unfamiliar item or weapon, I noticed. Woof. Woof. What's wrong? Night. Suddenly, Night barked, and as I wondered what was wrong, I felt the presence of several people following Night. What is it? I paused for a moment and put the Karkara I had in my hand in the item box, then headed for the garden of the Otherworld house. There, I found Owen-san, Lexia-san, and the others. All of them walked quickly into Sage-san's garden. We managed to get here somehow. Hey. We've set foot in this great devil's nest many times already, but I still wonder how we've survived. In any case, it's thanks to that person, followed by Captain Owen, and Luna, who was appointed as Lexia Summer's bodyguard, is also quite strong. Rather, except for that person and the two of them, we do not have the ability to enter the great devil's nest properly. The soldiers already have wounds on their bodies, and Owen-san and Luna are also out of breath. Although I looked around to see if anyone was hurt, fortunately, no one was fully injured, and I didn't need Akatsuki to lend me a hand. I don't know why Lexia-san and the others came to this place, but I think they had something to do with me, so I told Knight and the others to rest at the Earth House for the time being. But I wondered who was that person the soldiers were talking about earlier. In the midst of all this, Lexia-san, the only one in good spirits, spotted me, and her eyes sparkled. Yuuya-sama. I came to see you. Wait. Who is that girl? Huh? Question mark. Yuti, who Lexia-san pointed out, tilted her head in wonder. Luna also nodded several times as she caught her breath at the sight of Lexia-san. Speaking of which, when capturing the first prince of Alceria, Rhaegar-sama, I mentioned that we were attacked, but I didn't tell Lexia-san or Luna who the attacker was. Even so, I had already explained this to Owen-san and Arnold-sama when we were discussing Uma-san's case the other day. Owen-san already knows about it, so when I explained to Lexia-san straightforwardly, including the introduction of Yuti, Lexia-san and others were troubled in their minds. Such a girl is a member of the Dark Guild that conspired with my brother. Are there only girls in the Dark Guild? No, not really. But I've never seen this girl before either. And I'm also surprised that she's a disciple of the Bow Saint. Certainly. I thought that the holy was only in fairy tales. In response to their reaction, Yuti tilted her head even more and said something outrageous. Unknown. I'm not involved with the Dark Guild anymore. Huh? That seemed to be the first time Owen-san had heard of it, and everyone rolled their eyes. By the way, Lexia-san's words reminded me of the fact that Yuti is related to the Dark Guild. More than that, the information that he is a disciple of the Bow Saint is more significant. Before, I tried to kill the people who killed my master. But it was the work of the evil, so now I have no reason to kill humans. I still hate them, but I won't take that feeling out on people who aren't related to me anymore. It seemed that Yuti had made up her mind about other humans in her own way, and unlike when she first attacked me, now she no longer thought of any human being as an enemy. This was probably due in large part to Kaori and the friends she had made at the school on Earth. It really was a good thing that I transferred Yuti to my school. Conclusion. That's why I'm not in contact with the Dark Guild anymore. There's no need for it. Why you mean you don't need them? What was your role in the Dark Guild anyway? A bouncer. I don't know why you made that as a question. But the Dark Guild even hired bouncers, huh? You're not a member of the guild like me, but you probably have connections with the upper echelons. No wonder I never see you. Affirmative. I used to see him all the time, he seemed like a great guy. Owen-san, who was listening to Yuti, is pondering with a grim expression. In other words, there is no one in the Dark Guild that is as good as Yuti. At the time, it was right after I found out that Yuti was a member of the Dark Guild, so I thought it would be very difficult to get rid of the Dark Guild. This is something that I will have to tell His Majesty as soon as I get back to the royal capital. By the way, what brings you all here? I believe the road was dangerous. According to Owen-san and the others, the place where this house is located is called the Great Devil's Nest, and the people of this world rarely go near it, and it is not a place where you can come and go very easily. However, Owen-san and the others had come to such a place many times just to meet me. There's no convenient item like a telephone, and there's no magic, so there's no way to contact me either. No, even if there were a phone, it wouldn't have been in my house. Oh, about that. I protected them, you know. Master Usagi. Apparently, Master Usagi was the one who escorted them to this house. Was it Master Usagi that the soldier was talking about earlier? What exactly happened? What? As usual, I was on my way here to train you when I saw a rare human figure, which was unusual. And since they were struggling at the entrance to the Great Devil's Nest, and it seemed they wanted to see you, so I brought them along.
I see.
It's true that if Master Usagi had been escorting them, they would have been safe. However, the soldiers were strangely tired of that, so I couldn't help but turn my attention to them. It's too strict. And more than double the usual training. Being forced to go one-on-one with a goblin elite. What kind of nightmare is that? If we try to escape, we'll get one hell of a kick in the ass. Yeah. It's good that we're still alive. Master Usagi? What? I'm just giving them a little workout, that's all. Is this normal in the great devil's nest? He's a rabbit, and he's strong, I don't get it at all. And he's speaking normal human language? Apparently, Oin-san and the others were tired because Master Usagi had trained them, and the soldiers were pale in the face. Thank you for your hard work. Oin-san coughed one to change the atmosphere. Ahem. By the way, the reason we came here today is… Oh, that's right. Yuuya-sama, let's go to the festival together. Part 3. Oh, that's right. Yuuya-sama, let's go to the festival together. Huh? Lexia. That's too much to say, no matter what. When I raised my voice dumbly at Lexia-san's sudden words, she went on with a sparkle in her eyes. It's fine. This girl. Yuti, was it? Affirmative. I have a lot of questions I want to ask Yuuya-sama about Yuti, but it's more important that you go to the festival with me. No, that doesn't explain anything. Luna said tiredly at Lexia-san's state and then told me with a serious expression. The fact is, the Regal Kingdom, which has friendly relations with the Alsaria Kingdom, is holding a national festival to celebrate its centennial. And Lexia is inviting you. Huh. Well, it's hard to say without checking my schedule. And by the way, you can't say no to that. Why? It would indeed be difficult to refuse the request of the princess, Lexia-san, but it's not that it's difficult, it's that it's impossible because of my status. I'm a commoner, you know. Despite my surprise, Owen-san explained it to me while holding his head. Well, I am very sorry. Lexia-sama's behavior has caused the Regal Kingdom to take an interest in Yuuya Dono. Yes? Why me? What can I say? I'm just an ordinary person. That's not true. You don't have to deny it all at once like that. Yuuya. Lexia and I just learned about it in the Regal Kingdom. I heard that. You tamed a legendary dragon, didn't you? Oh, you mean Uma-san? It's not that I tamed him, it's that it was a coincidence. You should have realized something was wrong at that point. Surely. No, I'd completely lost my senses. I'm starting to forget that Uma-san is a legendary dragon. After all, he's either sleeping or eating all day long. When he first came to Earth, he was interested in my textbooks and books about Earth, but he seems to have gotten bored with them. I need to buy a TV so that he won't be bored anymore. I'm really sorry that he can't go around the Earth freely. Sigh. Anyway, the Regal Kingdom has taken an interest in you. The King of Regal is very interested in you, and we made a promise to him. What promise? The king wanted you to participate in a tournament in front of the people at the founding festival. What about my will? A tournament, you say? It's that, right? It's where martial artists show off their skills in front of important people. And they will fight each other, right? Why am I involved in such a situation? Lexia-san averted her gaze somewhat awkwardly at the dumbfounded me. The king of that country said that Yuuya-sama is weaker than the Sword Saint. Huh? Little girl. Did you just say Sword Saint? Master Usagi, who until then seemed uninterested, reacted to Lexia-san's words and asked with a slightly surprised look. However, Lexia-san seemed to be more bothered by Master Usagi's words than that. Who are you call little girl? In the first place, who are you? You're a bit stronger than Owen and the others, and just because you can speak human language, don't get carried away. What is it, Yuuya? Didn't you tell these people about me? If you ask me that. Or rather, why Master Usagi didn't tell them your name himself? I did name myself. It's Usagi. Can that be called a name? When Master Usagi said that, I tilted my head. Well, he's telling the truth, but he's not teaching them anything important like he's a kicking saint or anything like that. So, thinking about it again, we were being protected without really knowing this person. Since the rabbit suddenly spoke to us and had a power that we could not match, we were forced to follow him quietly. Owen-san also muttered in astonishment. Master Usagi can be very forceful. It can't be helped. I awkwardly introduced Master Usagi. This is my master, Master Usagi. He is the holder of the titles of Kicking Saint and Ear Saint. Eh? What? This person? Yuuya, how much more do you want to surprise us? When Lexia and the others found out that Master Usagi was a holy, their eyes widened, and they froze. According to Owen-san's story, just like Uma-san, holy is existence in fairy tales that is beyond admiration. When I was thinking about that, Master Usagi tilted his head in wonder. What, you haven't fully introduced me yet? Eh? What else do I have to introduce? It's true that I'm teaching Yuuya the art of fighting, but at the same time, I'm also learning magic from Yuuya. In other words, we are both master and apprentice, are we not? Empathy. I agree. Yuuya is quite crazy. It's not only Lexia-san and the others, but even the soldiers who were listening in the back were startled out loud by Master Usagi's words. No, I can understand being a disciple of the holy, but… Hey, you don't know what a disciple of the holy means, do you? A disciple and master of the holy, the master of the legendary dragon. Who the hell exactly is this? Yuuya Dono? I feel that various things are being mentioned about me, but all of them are force majeure. Master Usagi rescued me when I was in a pinch, and I owe him a debt of gratitude, but it wasn't long before I became his disciple and then his master. I have so many things to say, but Master Usagi's words completely misunderstood me as an extraordinary person. Not caring about my feelings, Master Usagi smiled fearlessly at Lexia-san. So, that's why? Do you understand now? Little girl. Yuck. As expected, when she's dealing with Master Usagi, she has to admit that she's been called a little girl. In fact, I don't know how long Master Usagi has been alive, but he's the best aside from Uma-san. Then Master Usagi's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious, and he looked at Lexia-san again. Now, enough with the teasing. I'll ask you one more time, is there really the Sword Saint in the Regal Kingdom? Why, yes. That's what the king over there said. Then, the king heard about Yuuya-sama's greatness and said that the Sword Saint was greater than Yuuya-sama. So I denied it, and before I knew it. Lexia-san's end of the sentence gradually disappeared. She was really taken for a ride by the king of the Regal Kingdom. But this is all there is to it. I don't know why Lexia-san thought that I was stronger than the Sword Saint, but the Sword Saint is the same as Master Usagi, right? I can't even beat Yuti, who was only a disciple, so how could I possibly compete with the Sword Saint? I am sorry. This is only a preliminary match, right? So I will. You should participate. Eh? I couldn't help but stare at Master Usagi. Master Usagi? What did you just say? I broke out in a cold sweat and asked him again, thinking he was just kidding. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? I told you to participate. You can't refuse it. It's Master's order. Isn't that too arrogant? I couldn't help but exclaim when he said that to me. However, Master Usagi crossed his arms and smirked. If there really is the Sword Saint in that country, it's convenient for me as well. I also need to consult with her about the evil. But more than that, it's perfect for your training. Eh? I can teach you how to kick, but I can't teach you how to use a sword. Your fighting style is a mixture of hand-to-hand fighting and a variety of weapons such as swords and spears. So you need to learn to use a sword, right? That's, well. As Master Usagi said, if anything, I mainly fight using the weapons left behind by Sage-san, such as the Omni Sword, and the absolute spear. Of course, I also do some fighting, including kicking, which I learned from Master Usagi. At my slurred speech, Master Usagi gave me a serious look. No matter what you think, evil will no longer let you go. I feel bad that I got you involved in the battle with the evil, as you are not officially the heir to the holy. But there's nothing I can do about it. That's why it's my mission to train you so that you can survive as long as possible. Master Usagi. As I thought during the attack on Yuti, I really don't have enough power to live safely in this world. I still regret that when the Fist Saint attacked Master Usagi, I couldn't move properly with my own strength. According to Master Usagi and Yuti, the power of Kuro. The evil inside of me could have defeated him, but the reality is that I couldn't even handle it properly. If I were to become a danger not only to Master Usagi, Yuti, Knight, and the others but also to Kaori and the others on Earth, I would never be able to forgive myself. So I have no choice but to get the power so that I can stay safe in this world without relying on evil's power. Are they talking about something outrageous? Let's pretend we didn't hear that. Then, behind me, Lexia-san and the others talked about something, but I didn't pay attention to them now, and finally, I nodded once. I understand. Fortunately, I have some time now, and I don't know how far this will go, but I will accept it. Ah, really? That's great. Right, Luna? Why, yeah. But are you sure you want to do this? Yes. But, as I said, I'm not as good as Lexia-san expects me to be, so if you can take that with a grain of salt. When I said that confidently, Master Usagi smiled ferociously. Then, I will continue to train you so that you can compete with the Sword Saint at least a little. Eh? Little girl, when is this national festival? Huh? Oh, let's see. It's in a week, but... A week. It's so short, but I'll make you better than now. Are you ready for that? Yeah. I was trembling with fear, wondering what kind of hellish training awaited me in the week leading up to the national festival. While Yuuya was receiving training from Master Usagi in preparation for his match against the Sword Saint, the young boy Evil and the two fallen saints were talking in the Oars Forest in Regal Country. Tilda, I can't wait to go on a rampage. I want to mess up the Sword Saint and hear her scream. Gugya ah? Guru oh. The boy with the shining eyes, Evil, was taking out his stress of not being able to attack the Regal Country in front of him on the monsters around him. All of them were A-class or S-class monsters, and they were not the kind that could be easily defeated. However, to the boy's Evil, there was no difference in the monsters' existence, and he recognized them all as equally weak. Hey. You have to help me pass the time. Ji-ga. Ji-gje. As soon as a black mist seemed to erupt from the boy's evil body, it turned into countless sharp blades that pierced the monster's body or sliced through its flesh. Because the monsters were classified as A-class or S-class, their defenses were not ordinary. Still, the boy's evil attacks easily penetrated the monsters' defenses and reaped their lives. The corpses of some of the monsters had already been killed and were being cut up for comfort, and before the boy knew it, a pile of monster corpses had formed around him, and the smell of blood filled the air around him. Then, while the boy's evil was killing and playing with the monsters, the fallen spear saint called out to the boy's evil. Can I have your attention for a moment, sir? Tilda? What's the matter? I've heard that when I went to check on the situation in the Regal Kingdom a while ago. It seems that the Sword Saint is also thinning out the monsters in this forest. Tilda. Is that so? So, if you move too flamboyantly, there is a risk that our movements will be detected. It was the spear's fallen saint who almost said that much, but he couldn't come up with the next word. Suddenly, the overwhelming killing intent that came from the boy's evil made his body unable to move. Hey, why are you the one telling me what to do? Although he desperately tried to move his mouth to say something, the spear's fallen saint was unable to speak. Originally, if holy is against the evil, not only will their status be fully released, but they will be able to fight evil with double stats. However, even if the two of them were to attack the boy in front of him, he was sure that neither of them would be able to inflict a single scratch on him. This is the reason why he descended on the evil as the fallen saint, because there was such a difference in their abilities, and they had made it clear. Not only the spear's fallen saint but also the scythe's fallen saint are stiffened by the killing intent emitted by the boy's evil. It looked like you're getting carried away, but you're just pawns for us. You are a slave. Do you understand? A slave expressing their opinion to their master is just disgusting. As the boy's evil waved his arm irritably, a jet-black surge shot out from his arm, wiping out a large portion of the Oz forest. A huge crater was created there. Suddenly, the boy's evil softened the atmosphere as the fallen saint's bodies stiffened more and more from the sheer magnitude. Well, I don't care if the sword saint finds me here and we fight, but that wouldn't be much fun, would it? I've done it again, but as you said, I'll be quiet from now on. As for me, I want to hear the best screams in the most fun scenes. The boy's evil smiled innocently and thought about the upcoming national festival. Thus, a variety of thoughts were converging on the regal kingdom. Chapter 5, A Match in a Present of a King. Part 1. This is the regal kingdom. Oh. It's lively. Woof. Fugo tilde, it's noisy. A week later, I met up with Lexia-san and the others who had come to pick me up again at the entrance of the Great Devil's Nest, and we now arrived at the regal kingdom, which was in a festive mood for its 100th anniversary. In this trip, the distance was not as short as the one to the royal capital of the Alceria kingdom, which could be reached in a day. We had to camp and pass through several villages along the way. That alone was a rare experience and was very refreshing. Of course, I could get home with teleport magic instead of camping out, but it's very dangerous for anyone aside from Lexia-san and Luna to find out about my teleportation magic, so I camped out like everyone else and made it safely into the regal kingdom. The city was still as lively as the Alceria kingdom, but the atmosphere was very different. The biggest difference would be the large number of people in robes. There was a large number of people doing business using magic. For example, there were people who used magic for street performances, such as manipulating many fireballs at once, or people who were shopping and their purchases were floating in the air carried by some kind of membrane of wind. I got the impression that magic was used a lot in daily life. When I asked Lexia-san, she explained to me that magic research was overwhelmingly active in the regal kingdom compared to other countries, which was apparent from the city. That makes sense. By the way, when I toured the Alceria kingdom with Lexia-san and the others before, she was dressed inconspicuously to hide from the public, but now she was properly dressed in luxurious clothes fitting of a princess. The people in town looked at her from a distance, but they didn't call out to her, nor did they give her an unnecessarily welcoming mood. Perhaps, they don't realize that she was the princess of the Alceria kingdom. I don't know for sure, but unless you go out officially, is this how people in town react? I'm grateful for that now. So many people. Woof. Fugo. Noisy. As I looked around unconsciously at my surroundings, Lexia-san asked me in wonder. Speaking of which, where is your master, Yuuya-sama? Eh? Oh, that reminds me. He said he was going to see the sword saint. Uma-san said this while staring depressingly at the crowd. Then, seeing the situation, Lexia-san and Luna twitched their cheeks. Thinking about it again, it's hard to believe that. This little dragon is the legendary dragon. Items that allow you to change the size of your body are extremely rare on their own, but using it on a legendary dragon is even more so. When they came to tell me about today's match in the regal kingdom, Lexia-san and the others did not meet Uma-san, so just before we headed for this country, they met him for the first time. When they looked at the small Uma-san, it seemed that they couldn't believe that he was the legendary dragon, so there was a bit of an argument right before we left, which ended with Uma-san getting annoyed and tried to enlarge himself. Anyway, according to Uma-san's story, Master Usagi seems to have left to meet the Sword Saint first. But is it possible to meet the Sword Saint without being guided by anyone? Or perhaps, since they are both holy, they can recognize each other when they are nearby? As I was thinking about that, Lexia-san suddenly held me by the arm. Lexia-san? More importantly, since we've come all this way, let's take a look around the royal capital. It's okay, but your chest is. I hit it. You hit it? I didn't think it would be said so openly by such a dignified person, so I just retort on it. Then, Luna rebuked Lexia-san for that. Hey, Lexia. You're a princess, aren't you? Don't be so loose. Ara, I'm a woman before I'm a princess, you know? Or maybe, Luna, are you jealous of me? Ugh. Luna groaned, her face reddening at Lexia-san's words. There's no way that could be. Then you should just be quiet. I'm going to have a great time touring the festival with Yuuya Summer. You should just escort us from behind. Gugu. Lexia-san? And Luna too. Yuuya. Why yes. When Luna suddenly called out, I straightened my back and replied, and Luna quickly took my arm on the opposite side of Lexia-san's. Luna-san? I'll go around the festival with Yuuya too. What? What about the escort? Lexia, I'm a woman too before I'm a guard, you know. Ugh. For some reason, Luna had a triumphant expression on her face. In contrast, Lexia-san showed a frustrated expression. My thoughts were completely stopped by the unbelievable situation of having both of my arms grabbed by the girls. Lexia-san was the one who asked me to marry her, and Luna was the one who gave me a kiss. It would be impossible not to be concerned about it. First of all, there are not only Yuuya here, but also the legendary dragon, Yuti, Knight, and Akatsuki. What safer place could there be? That's. It was true that there's no safer place than here with Uma-san and the others present. I don't know if Uma-san would be willing to protect us though. This is probably why Owen-san and the other soldiers were escorting from a little distance away. Now, Yuuya. Let's take a look around here. Wait. Yuuya Summer, let's go over here. Whoa. I was pulled by both arms and led around by Lexia-san and Luna. Looking at me like that, Uma-san muttered in a dumbfounded manner. Unexpectedly, his greatest enemy may not be the evil, but women. Question. Then how could he beat me? It's not about biological things like that. Even the sage was not good with this kind of situation. He also had a hard time with women. When I think about it, he and Yuuya are looking more and more alike. I had no way of knowing that such a conversation was taking place behind me. A match in front of a king, huh? In a distinguished guest room in the regal kingdom, the Sword Saint Iris was resting with a sigh. The work of thinning out the monsters in the Oz forest was over, and now the king, Odysee, had requested for her to take a rest in preparation for the match. Why should I participate in the match? But maybe I can meet a man who is stronger than me? As a condition of her marriage, Iris was looking for a man who was stronger than her. Her eyes lit up, but soon a gloomy expression returned. No, it's a vain hope. I've been looking all over for a man, and I've never met one. It's not going to be this easy to find one. Sigh. It's rare to see the Sword Saint sighing. Usagi. When Iris was suddenly called to, she turned her gaze in that direction and saw a rabbit standing quietly on the balcony of the guest room. It's been a while, Iris. Yes, it's been a while. It's unusual for you to come to a place where there are so many people. Is there something wrong? Well, yes. I had some business to attend to in this country. First of all, I came to your place to exchange information as well as to give you a brief update. I see. Okay, come on in. I will prepare a cup of tea for you now. The rabbit was invited in and looked around the guest room curiously. Is there no servant for such a luxurious room? I turned that down. I can take care of myself, and more than anything, they distract me. I see. More importantly, was it okay to invite me in without permission? Just come in now. It's okay. Above all, you are also an existence that bears the name holy, so I think you are rather welcomed, don't you? Human nature is really simple to understand. Oh, if you put it that way, I'm also human. An existence that bears the name holy is no longer an ordinary human being. That's terrible, it sounds like I'm a monster. After preparing tea for the two of them, Iris sat down in front of the rabbit and asked again. So? You came all the way to see me, and I wonder if something happened? The Fist Saint has fallen to the evil! I see. Iris quietly opened her mouth and took a sip of tea. I was able to predict it because of the information I received to some extent. Yeah. Everyone knew that he was the most uncontrollable of all the holy. That's why it wasn't too surprising that he fell into evil. But he used his power to start hunting other holy ones. I see. So that's why we lost contact with many of them. For a moment, a sad expression appeared on her face, but she soon said this in a calm tone. But even if the Fist Saint has fallen into the evil, there are still some holy who could stop the Fist Saint from going out of control, right? For example, the Bow Saint is. She was killed by humans. What? Iris was taken aback by the rabbit's words. Holy is an existence that protects human beings from evil. Yet, she was killed by humans, the object of her protection. It was difficult not to be surprised. What do you mean? That girl who loved humans the most was killed by humans. Yeah. But it was the evil who made it work that way. The humans instigated by the evil killed the Bow Saint. Is that so? That's why I thought I'd seen a lot of evil beasts lately. Are there a lot of them? Yes. I had a vague idea about the evil beasts from the information of the Fist Saint and the situation of the other holy, but the fact that the evil beasts have sprung up means that they are starting to move in full scale. I guess. The fact that evil beasts are popping up everywhere is proof of how much negative power is pouring out. It's only a matter of time before we have to move. So, do you know how many holy are left? When Iris asked him that, Usagi made a pained expression. I'm not sure. It seems that Magic Saint is still alive. But the others were either hunted by the Fist Saint or fell into the evil as well. As I thought, there are other holy who have fallen to the evil. Iris, who knew the information but did not want to believe it, let out a sigh of regret. After talking that much, Iris realized something. Come to think of it. You said you had business in this country, but were you also invited by the King of Regal? I thought you were a holy who was not good at interacting with humans. Oh, is that what you think? The rabbit smiled at Iris's words. You're going to have a match today, aren't you? Eh? But how do you know that? What? No way, that opponent is you? No. Unfortunately not. So, if it's not you, then who's it going to be? I haven't heard any details about the opponent yet. But if I may say so, I don't think there is anyone who can compete with me properly. Don't worry. You're dealing with an extraordinary talent. Wait a minute. Why are you talking like you know about my opponent? That's because your opponent is my disciple! Exclamation mark. The rabbit's words caused Iris to widen her eyes. Your disciple, you say? Did you take a disciple? It seems to me that you're the most unlikely person to take a disciple, along with the Fist Saint. With Iris's honest impression, the rabbit averts its gaze grimly. You thought of me as the same as the Fist Saint, huh? But, well, I can understand how you feel about that. I'm training him because I think he'd be an excellent disciple for me. You praise him so much. This disciple of yours seems to be quite strong, doesn't he? Well, you can look forward to it. If you're not careful, you could be tripped up. I see. I'll keep that in mind. After exchanging information that way, Iris, curious about the rabbit's disciple, moved to the arena to watch the fighting competition before her match. Part 2. What an amazing crowd! After Lexia-san and Luna took us around the city and enjoyed various things, we came to the arena where the match would be held. It seemed that a fighting tournament was being held before the main event, the grand match, and we decided to watch it. However, as soon as the tournament was over, we entered the arena through the back entrance instead of the regular entrance to immediately prepare for the main event. When the arena attendant saw Lexia-san, he led us to a room. It was a room with a massive wooden door, and the decorations were quite luxurious, but I wondered who was inside. His Majesty is waiting for you here. Eh? Very well. To my surprise, it seemed that the King of Regal was in the room, and I panicked at the sudden meeting with the king. Wait a minute. I'm not wearing any formal attire. Don't worry. Yuuya-sama is already a noble even if he's not wearing anything. That doesn't sound like a reason, does it? What does it mean to be noble even if I'm not wearing anything? It's not just me, but there's also Yuti, Knight, and the others along with me. Luna opened her mouth in a dumbfounded manner, perhaps sensing my concern. Well, I guess everything will be fine. If I may say so, Yuuya was caught up in their convenience. I don't think he's going to get upset over something like this. Is that so? Suggestion. If he gets mad at you, just leave. That would be even worse. What should I do? I'm so nervous. As I panicked, the attendant who had shown us in knocked on the door, and I heard a voice from inside saying that we were allowed to enter. The attendant opened the door, and Lexia-san walked proudly inside. I also hurriedly entered the room while bowing to the attendant who was opening the door for me. Inside the room, there were two cool middle-aged men who looked like foreign actors and a woman in a dress about our age waiting for us. All of us entered the room, but Owen-san and the other soldiers seemed to be waiting outside the room and didn't come in. Well, I suppose since we're going to meet the king of another country, they must look intimidating or have some other reason I don't understand. Still, Luna was there, so Lexia-san's escort was in place. Then, a man in exceptionally luxurious clothes welcomes us with open arms. Oh, Lexia Dono. Nice to see you again. Yes, it seems that August summer has not changed at all. While I was completely deflated by the room's atmosphere, Lexia-san and a person who looked like the King of Regal started the conversation with a smile. However, although the conversation seemed to be friendly, I felt a sense of dread. Luna, as Lexia-san's bodyguard, was standing in the rear, and Knight was quiet as usual. Akatsuki and Uma-san were the only ones who looked bored and were sighing. Yuti looked around curiously as if this room was something unusual, and I was the only one who seemed to be nervous about the situation. Oh, that's strange. Is it weird that I'm this nervous? I was frozen in place, but I suddenly felt a gaze on me, and when I turned my head in that direction, I saw the woman in a dress staring blankly at me. Is there something wrong? Huh? No, it's nothing.
I see.
My mind almost went blank thinking I had done something wrong, but apparently I had not. If so, why was she watching me? It's probably because she doesn't know who I am. It seems that might be the reason. When I was convinced that way, the man who was conversing with Lexia-san turned his attention to me. Speaking of which, is that gentleman? It seems he has a lot of companions with him. Yes, that's right. This is my fiancé, Yuuya-sama. Fiancé? It was true that she had asked me to marry her, but I refused before. Luna then opened her mouth with a dumbfounded look. Lexia, don't annoy Yuuya too much. That's fine. You win when you say it. That's just a pity. I'm sorry, Lexia-san. I think Luna is right, too. I bowed my head and introduced myself to the man who was stunned by Lexia-san's words. I'm Yuuya Tenjou. Introduction. I'm Yuti. After me, Yuti said briefly. I went on to introduce Knight and the others as well. These are my family members, Knight, Akatsuki, and Uma-san. Woof. Fugo. Humph. Knight barked interestingly, but Akatsuki waved one of his paws indifferently. Uma-san didn't even move from his prone position. Before I could rush to warn Uma-san and Akatsuki, the man opened his mouth in surprise. This is the first time I've seen a dragon that speaks human language. I've heard the rumors, but I never thought you really tamed the ancient dragon. Eh? When the man said the word ancient dragon, I couldn't help but tilt my head. What are you saying? The next moment, a tremendous amount of intimidation took over the room. It was pressure that came from Uma-san and was directed at the man in front of me. Nevertheless, all the glass in the room was broken, and the walls even cracked. The pressure alone can affect the surroundings to this extent. However, for the man who seemed to be the king, the other man, and the woman in the dress who were directly being subjected to the pressure, their faces were white beyond blue, and they were shaking. I will ask you again. What do you call me just now? That's. I froze in surprise, not expecting such a sudden release of pressure, but I hurriedly called out to Uma-san. Oh, Uma-san, stop. You can't do that. Yuuya, why are you stopping me? They've lumped me in with the likes of those ancient dragon. How can I allow them to insult me like that? No, I don't know what this ancient dragon is anyway. No way. You have to know at least that. Uma-san opened his eyes and stared at me as if he couldn't believe what I was saying. At that point, the pressure that had dominated the room earlier disappeared, and the people who had been liberated by the pressure fell to their knees on the ground, panting desperately for breath. Oh, sorry, I am so sorry. I hurriedly approached them, lending them my shoulder and asking them to sit on the chairs in the room. Then, apparently dissatisfied with my words, Uma-san started to complain. Hey, Yuuya. Why are you apologizing? I don't know what was so unpleasant for you, Uma-san, but if you felt insulted, then it must be the truth that it was so unpleasant for you. But the pressure Uma-san applied was too much for a normal person to endure, you know? Besides, everyone is meeting Uma-san for the first time today, so it's natural that they don't know about you. That's why I'm apologizing to everyone for not being able to stop Uma-san. You goo-goo. Uma groaned at my words and lay down again, looking dejected. However, I'm sorry then. Yes, he uttered a single word of apology. The man, who seemed to have finally caught his breath, opened his mouth with a tense look on his face. Me too. I am very sorry. It seems that the story about the Genesis dragon is true. Yes. I'm not the same as those small fries. You should be aware of that. An ancient dragon is considered a small fry. The other man muttered in a shaky voice. I'm not sure, but it seems that for Uma-san, the ancient dragon is weak, but for humans, it's a tremendous existence. Well, dragons can't be considered weak, on the contrary, Uma-san is too strong. As I was thinking about this, a woman in a dress opened her mouth with her eyes wide open. But the legendary dragon was supposed to have been defeated by the sage in the legend. Layla. The man hurriedly chastised her for her stupefied speech. Did she say sage just now? When I was surprised by the woman's words, Uma-san averted his gaze awkwardly. I was just in the middle of a youthful rage when he beat me up and stopped me. From that point on, I stayed quiet, and that's probably why everyone is talking about me being defeated. It is true that when I met Uma-san, he said something like that. The other men were stunned by Uma-san's explanation, but then a man in gorgeous clothes laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. I didn't know that. I see. It seems that the sage in the legend was an extraordinary person, wasn't he? Humph. That's right. I don't think there will be a better person than him. Or maybe. For some reason, Uma-san turned his gaze to me when he was about to say that much. What is it? Then he just laughed at me and said nothing. What is it, really? Then the man in the gorgeous clothes cleared his throat. Ahem. Now, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am August, the King of Regal. The man over here is the Prime Minister, Royal, and this is my daughter, Layla. Ah, hello. I involuntarily gave the two of them an elegant bow and bailed them out. It's not good. I'm not sure I have enough manners or class. No, however. Yuuya Dono does not seem to be from around here from the sound of his name, but Yuuya Dono is quite a man, isn't he? Is that so? No, you have a legendary dragon with you. If this isn't outstanding, who would you call it? Ha ha. Is that really the case? It's not that Uma-san wanted to be tamed by me, it's just that I happened to tame him. Thinking about that, the king of the regal kingdom, August Summer, gave me a sharp look. If this is the case, there is no need to worry when the evil attacks, right? No, I don't think that Uma-san is going to help us fight the evil. Huh? Hearing my words, not only August Summer but also Royal-san and Layla Summer froze. On the other hand, Lexia-san and the others are also surprised. What does that mean? In other words, the legendary dragon, Uma Summer, is not going to lend us a hand? While August Summer flinched with a menacing look from Uma-san then snickered and opened his mouth. Humph. Humans are so daring. I'm not interested in the holy or the evil. You can deal with it on your own. That's what he said. No way. August Summer muttered regretfully from the bottom of his heart and sat down helplessly. Although I understand how he feels, it is also true that it has nothing to do with Uma-san. Although it seems that if he wanted to, he could destroy both the holy and the evil, but it's not that he himself is being attacked. And from his point of view, he's probably not interested in the existence of humans themselves. If that's the case, the concern about the conflict between the holy and the evil is completely for the humans' convenience, and it would be strange to involve Uma-san in it. Well, to be honest, I'd be happy if he could help us, but if he doesn't want to, I can't force him. When August Summer and the others were in a darker mood than expected, Lexia-san finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. You've been talking like this is a fairy tale for a while now, but what do you mean when you say the evil is going to attack? I see, we have heard about it from the Sword Saint, so we know about it to some extent, but Lexia Dono and the others still don't know about it. August Summer said so quietly. The world is in a crisis right now. I also thought it was only in fairy tales, but the existence of evil is threatening the world now. Evil? Yes. Have you ever heard of the holy and the evil? Yes, well. I've heard it in legends, too. I have heard that the evil, which is a collection of the negative aspects of humanity, and the holy, which protects humanity from the evil, have been fighting for a long time. You're right. And they are not just fairy tales, they are actual stories. No way. And from what I've heard from the Sword Saint, it seems that the evil is on the move again and is trying to attack us, humans. Affirmative. It's true. Yes, it is. I woke up because I was hungry and also because the smell of the holy and evil was too intense. Not only did Yuti say that, but Uma-san also confirmed that, and Lexia-san and the others had no choice but to believe it. Then, while Yuti said with great confidence, August Summer tilted his head in wonder. Yuti, was it? You said it quite confidently, what is your basis? Foolish question. I'm a disciple of the Bow Saint. So I know. What? I'm also a disciple of the Kicking Saint. When I told them that, August Summer and Royal-san, and Layla Summer raised their voices in surprise. Not only you have a legendary dragon with you, but you're also a disciple of the holy? What an extraordinary person. While everyone was staring at me, Lexia-san, for some reason, was the only one who seemed to be proud. That's right. Yuuya Summer is amazing. No, why are you so proud? Because I'm his wife. No, you're not. She's been promoted herself from my fiancée to my wife. I could only be amazed at how flexible Lexia-san was. I see. If he's this good, it's no wonder that Yuuya Dono is as powerful as Sword Saint Dono. Right? But, the Sword Saint is also a monster, you know? Well, Yuuya Dono is a disciple of the Kicking Saint, and I think I don't need to tell you how powerful the holy is. Ha ha ha. Master Usagi is powerful. That's because I can't fight properly without using the power of evil, which I've recently been able to handle a bit. Well, if I use the power of evil, Master Usagi's status as a holy will be forced to be released and doubled. But the fact that evil's power can be used to fight even such a holy means that evil's power is that powerful as well. Recalling Kuro, who has been sleeping more often since the Fist Saint's attack, I once again recognized the danger of evil. Well, okay. I would have liked to talk about such difficult topics, but today is our country's national festival. Let's forget about that and just enjoy today. Why, yes. Oh, yes. We have a good view of the upcoming tournament. Would you like to watch it from here? Yes, let's do that. Lexia-san nodded to August Summer's suggestion, and we decided to watch from this special seat. This room is located high up in the arena and overlooks the entire arena, so you can clearly see the battle. Then, Lexia-san pulled my arm. Yuuya Summer, let's watch together. Yes. I sat down next to Lexia-san while she pulled my arm, and on the opposite side of Lexia-san, Layla Summer, the princess of the regal kingdom, sat down. Yuuya Summer. May I sit next to you as well? Yes, it's fine. I looked around, but the seat in this special room was still empty. On the contrary, there is a seat available next to the king of this country, August Summer, but is it okay for Layla Summer to watch with us? Rather, because her country is hosting this kind of event that it is necessary to entertain the princess of other countries such as Lexia-san. Mumu. As Layla Summer's actions convinced me, I suddenly heard such a groan from Lexia-san next to me. What's wrong, Lexia-san? No, nothing. Huh? It doesn't feel any different, but I think it's better not to touch. In contrast to Lexia-san, Layla Summer smiled and put her hand on my hand. Layla Summer? Ara, you don't have to call me with an honorific. Please feel free just to call me Layla. No, that's just. That's right. Why on earth did you hold his hand in the middle of all this? Yuuya Summer is my fiancé. That's a bit of a misstatement. Lexia-san said that in panic at Layla Summer's behavior, but Layla Summer only smiled leisurely. But Yuuya Summer said it's not like that. Isn't it just a misunderstanding on Lexia Summer's part? No, I'm not mistaken. It's true. It's true. In my mind. I'm not saying it's true, but. Anyway. Please don't interfere with Yuuya Summer and me. In response to Lexia-san's words, Layla Summer's smile turned bitter. Since I'm the royal family of the regal kingdom, where magic research is very active, I think I can give Yuuya Summer a more detailed explanation of the magic that will be used in the upcoming tournament than anyone else, isn't it? That's. Lexia-san closed her mouth involuntarily at Layla Summer's words. Certainly, I've heard that the regal kingdom is a magic powerhouse, and as a royal family member of the regal kingdom, Layla Summer would be able to explain to me what magic I don't know. I don't have any problem using magic thanks to Sage-san's magic circuits and magic theory, but I don't know anything about other commonly known magic. I'd appreciate it if she would explain it to me, so, may I take your word for it? Yes, of course. Magugu. When I asked Layla Summer again, she smiled, and Lexia-san had a regretful expression on her face. I'm sorry about that. I was just curious about the magic. As I inwardly apologized for Lexia-san's situation, I remembered something. That reminds me, where is the Sword Saint? I heard that the match is going to be held after this tournament, and I asked about the Sword Saint, who will be my opponent. August Summer, who was sitting some distance away, smiled. Oh, Sword Saint Dono is waiting in the guest room until the match. Before the match begins, Yuuya Dono and Sword Saint Dono will be summoned by the officials, so please follow them. Understood. Umu. Let's start now. August Summer said, slowly stood up and stood in a position where all the audience could see him. Then, something that looked like a microphone was placed in front of August Summer. Then he opened his mouth to the microphone. At that moment, August Summer's voice echoed throughout the arena, and all the excited spectators fell silent to listen to his words. I don't know what the principle is, but it must be a magic tool with the same purpose as a microphone. As I wondered what kind of magic was being used, I couldn't help but notice that August Summer's opening speech was over, and the crowd was getting excited. I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you properly. When I moved my gaze to the arena while feeling sorry for myself, I saw that the first match was about to take place, and a strong man and a slender man in robes appeared in the arena. Did they look like two opposites, a magician and a warrior perhaps? When the battle began, the strong man charged the robed man with his huge sword, swinging it as he looked. However, the man in robes kept his distance from the attack, chanted something, and pointed his palm at the strong man. Then, a fireball shot out from his palm, aiming at the strong man. I hadn't had many opportunities to see other people use magic, so it was refreshing to see someone else shoot magic. That's a fireball, a fire attribute magic. If you're a regular magician, you'll need 2 more chants to cast a spell of that power, but that magician seems to be skilled enough to shorten it. How? Layla Summer explained it to me, but I couldn't really understand how amazing it was. Of course, the monsters in the Great Devil's Nest use magic, but they don't chant like that. And, as it was written in Sage San's book, people generally shoot magic while chanting. If I'm following Layla Summer's explanation, it seems like it takes a bit longer chanting to release the magic of that power, but with the knowledge of Sage San, I couldn't say for sure. Moreover, when I looked closely, I saw that the man in the robe was only using fire, so there seemed to be a binding attribute as well. According to Sage San's book, chanting was unnecessary, and attributes were irrelevant, but what's essential was imagination, so I guess this Sage San's way of thinking differed from other people's. As I watched the fight with a fresh mind, the warrior man eventually won by cornering the magician man and pushing him away. I've been training with Yuti a lot lately, so I'm slowly gaining experience fighting against others. However, it's still not enough, so watching others fight like this is a great learning experience. It's not something that can be applied to all battles in the arena's limited space, but it's still a valuable experience. As the matches progressed, the level of the competition increased as the winners fought each other. The final match was swordsman against swordsman, and it was a fierce sword fight. I watched the fight closely and concentrated on trying to make the moves as my own. In the past, it was not easy to watch and learn the moves of those who were stronger than a certain level or to steal their techniques. But now, for some reason, I was confident that I could perfectly master the moves of the swordsmen and magicians who were engaged in fierce battles in the tournament in front of me. What is it? This feeling. As I was puzzled by the sensation that I had never felt before, the match finally came to an end. Then there was a knock on the door of the room, and an official walked in. Excuse me. I'm here to invite the opponent of Sword Saint Summer. Part 3. Excuse me. I'm here to invite the opponent of Sword Saint Summer. Yuuya? Why yeah, what? Invitation. Yuuya, you have been called. Oh, is it my turn already? Are you okay? Because of my lack of response, Yuti looked into my face with concern. No, I'm fine. It's just that I was watching the fight earlier and was surprised that I seemed to be able to handle myself better than I expected. I understand. Is it the harmful effects of that time? Or a benefit? That time? I'm not sure what Yuti was referring to, but I don't have time to ask. As soon as I tried to follow the attendant, Lexia-san and the others gave me words of support. If it's you, Yuuya-sama, you can definitely win. Please do your best. Go show them what you're capable of. Woof. Buoy tilde. Holy, huh? At best, they can only scratch my foot. I don't know if Uma-san was cheering me on, but I'm going to do my best so I don't end up showing disgraceful behavior. I made up my mind and followed the attendant. Please wait in this waiting room. When I entered the waiting room, I found Master Usagi inside. Ah, Master Usagi. It's finally coming, huh? When Master Usagi saw me, he smiled. Yes, well. Or rather, I heard you were headed to the Sword Saint, but what were you doing there? We just exchanged some information and talked about how good you are. That's good. The Sword Saint will fight you seriously, you know? Why did you do that? I'm not confident I can last 5 seconds if the Sword Saint really comes at me, you know? Master Usagi gave a stern look at the dumbfounded me. What are you talking about? If the opponent isn't serious, it wouldn't be a training exercise. Ah, that may be true, but... And also, when you fight, don't show a poor appearance, okay? If you lose, the quality of me as your master will be questioned, you being unreasonable here. Isn't it impossible for me to win if the Sword Saint is serious? What should I do? No, this is Master Usagi's way of encouraging me. Yes, that must be it. Let's just believe that. I don't know how serious the opponent would be, but if I were to ask Master Usagi that, he'd probably tell me to really try and win, so I kept my mouth shut. I was sweating uncontrollably, and I suddenly realized something. See, come to think of it, Master Usagi was here from the beginning, but... Did anyone guide you here? No. I entered on my own. You just do whatever you please, don't you? I had a feeling it was that, but... I was stunned by Master Usagi's sense of freedom, but I suddenly decided to ask him about the strange feeling I was experiencing with my eyes. Master. Since defeating the Fist Saint, my eyesight has become strangely better. Perhaps I can see faster movement, or perhaps I can absorb the techniques I see. What? Master Usagi made a dubious expression at my words and pondered on his own. Could it be that? Indeed, at that time too? Master Usagi. When I tried to call out to Master Usagi, who had started pondering by himself, the attendant came back to call me again. Excuse me. Now. A rabbit. The attendant who came in tilted his head when he saw Master Usagi in the room, and I hurriedly opened my mouth. Oh, don't worry about it. Anyway, can I go now? Yes. I'll show you the way. Well then, Master Usagi. I'll go now. Yeah, go ahead. After being sent off by Master Usagi, I moved to the entrance of the arena. At that time, I have changed my clothes to the Bloody War Demon series, so that I can be ready to fight at any time and have everything prepared. However, I took off my helmet so that my face could be seen, as I was about to meet the Sword Saint for the first time. After waiting for a while, I heard the voice of Odysee. It seems that he is giving an explanation about the match. It's not good. I'm getting nervous. But unfortunately, time does not wait for me, and before long, Odysee's speech seemed to be over, and I went through the entrance. Then, I flinched in the face of the cheers that went up all at once.
I can't believe the crowd is this huge.
When I was in the audience, I didn't particularly care about the number of people watching, probably because I had a strong sense that I was part of the audience, but when I stood in front of them all, the cheers were so overwhelming that I almost backed away. But there was no way I would run away, so I put a lot of pressure on my stomach and managed to hold my ground. So you are the Usagi's apprentice, huh? A woman's voice reached my ears as the crowd cheered loudly. As I turned my gaze towards the voice, a woman came through the entrance on the opposite side of the arena from me, her eyes still closed. The woman had an elegant presence that seemed out of place with the arena, and I could have been convinced that she was a noblewoman. However, the sword on her hip and the woman's overwhelming presence made me understand that the woman in front of me was my opponent, the Sword Saint. Ah, you are the Sword Saint? No way. I've heard that she is the strongest of the holy, so I thought she would be more stern and scary, but she's not at all what I imagined. Yes, that's right. I'm Iris, the Sword Saint. And you? The woman in front of me, Iris-san, slowly opened her eyes and then froze in surprise when she saw my face. You what is it? When I asked her about her unexpected reaction, she suddenly put her hands on her cheeks and suddenly crouched down. What's this feeling in my chest? See, could it be that? This is love? You It's nothing. I'm only interested in men who are stronger than me. Is that so? What the heck is she talking about? Iris-san then cleared her throat as I was trying to figure out what was going on. And you are? I'm the disciple of the kicking saint, Yuuya Tenjou. Yuuya-kan, right? By the way, how old are you? Well, I'm 16. There's about a 10-year age difference. No. It's not uncommon for people to have an age difference these days. I mean, it's something to be envied. I don't know what she's been talking about since a while ago. I don't know, but I've been getting chills since a while back. As I shivered involuntarily, Iris-san, who had been strangely excited a moment ago, suddenly gave me a sharp look. Well, but if you don't have the ability, we can't talk about it. Of course, I'll give it my all. I took out my Omni sword and held it up quietly. All right, bring it on. At the end of Iris-san's words, the signal to start the fight was finally given, and I stepped in with all my might and slashed at Iris-san. But you will never reach me with that! My attack was deflected with a clear metallic sound before it could reach Iris-san. However, as I did so, I noticed that Iris-san's arm had momentarily blurred. Don't tell me. You swung your sword in that instant? You can see it clearly, It usually ends up that no one can recognize it. Seeing Iris-san smiling amusingly, I cannot stop my cold sweat. No, isn't that too outrageous? What should I do against a sword that was swung at an almost unrecognizable speed? Moreover, looking at Iris-san now, her sword is properly sheathed. It's not a move that can be done in an instant. Then, Iris-san smiled provocatively at the stunned me. By any chance, you're not going to say that this is the end, are you? Of course, I wouldn't say that this was the end, but it was definitely my best effort. But Iris-san easily blocked the attack. What's more, it's not as if it's been enhanced by any particular magic. I already knew that, but the difference is so great that I can only smile bitterly. Looking at me like that, Iris-san made a suspicious expression on her face. You don't seem to be in too much of a hurry, are you? No, it's not. I was in such a hurry that I became calm. I see. So, do you want to give up? No way. It was obvious to me that my power would not work. Then I had to do what I could. When I ran forward again, I put away my Omni sword and took out my Absolute spear from my item box. A spear? Aiming at Iris-san, who tilted her head, I threw the Absolute spear, in all seriousness. However, with a clear metallic sound again, the spear was easily repelled. What do you think you're doing? Such an attack. Phew. What? Immediately after I threw the Absolute spear, I already had a new weapon in my hand. It was the formless bow, and then I shot several invisible arrows. Iris-san didn't seem to understand what I was doing for a moment, but it seems that she sensed the invisible arrows I shot, and a metallic sound rang out again, and all of my arrows were flicked off. I'm surprised. My sword can be slashed at a speed that can't be tracked by the eyes, but I didn't think it would really be an invisible arrow. There's more. It seemed that Iris-san was talking about something, but in order for me to fight Iris-san properly, I could not give Iris-san the time to attack me. I had to attack her one-sidedly with a saturated attack, so I continued to attack her relentlessly. Even so, my attacks were still handled by her sword with a speed that couldn't be followed by the eyes. Then I launched the absolute spear at Iris-san again, which had just returned to me, with a kick that was directly taught by Master Usagi. Iris-san rolled her eyes when she saw the powerful spear that suddenly entered the uninterrupted barrage of arrows. Wait, no way. The absolute spear, which was more powerful than the one I threw at her a few moments ago, couldn't be easily deflected by Iris-san. It's the first time I've seen her take it seriously with her sword since the mock battle began. This is. Iris-san was still able to block the absolute spear, but I was waiting for that momentary gap in her defense. Wait. That big hammer of yours, it looks like it's something dangerous. Yes, I was preparing to attack with my world strike. Unlike other weapons, this weapon has a large gap, so it is difficult to hit. However, if I could hit it, it would be powerful enough to defeat any opponent. After all, it carries mass equal to that of the world in the attack. In addition, in order to increase the certainty, I also deploy the magic attire for the first time here. Then, a pale blue light gushed out of my body and burst like a bolt of lightning. Iris-san's eyes widened at the sight of me. Part 4. Now what? That's the best I can do. But. Iris-san stared at my world strike with a thoughtful expression. Just before her sword collided with my world strike, she guided its movement with her sword, as if to catch all the impact of the collision. The impact from world strike went straight into the nothingness. However, it seemed that it was not easy to receive this attack, even for Iris-san herself, and she did not have the time to follow up on my gap after the attack. This kind of attack is just not possible. Iris-san's face distorted, and she stared at her hands. When I looked closely, her hand was trembling slightly. Maybe she was numb. No, I don't think it's possible to take on a mass equal to the world and only get numb. However, now that my strongest attack was blocked, I don't think this move will work again in the future. I had taken advantage of an opening since she hadn't seen it before, but I don't think I'll be able to do the same next time. Iris-san had a serious expression on her face as I broke out in a cold sweat. It's not that I was careless, but it was too unexpected. Who are you really? Who am I? Even if you ask me that. Okay, fine. But you do understand that your attack is no longer going to work, right? What are you going to do about it? Now that the world strike, that has been strengthened by magic attire, was prevented, there is almost nothing else I can do. Iris-san suddenly smiled at me as I desperately thought about it. Phew. Well, Yuuya-kun was the one who attacked until now, so now I will be the one to attack, okay? Exclamation mark. At that moment, the dynamic eyesight and thinking speed enhanced by magic attire succeeded in barely catching the movement of Iris-san, and when I reflexively took out my Omni sword and took a defensive posture, I felt a tremendous impact on my hand. Ara, I didn't think you would be able to block the first attack. But if you take it directly, your hands won't be able to withstand it, you know? As Iris-san said, my arm was numb from the blow I just received. If I can't take the impact, as well as Iris-san did, I'll probably be killed in no time. However, well, I won't give you time to pass it off. I was overwhelmed by the raging sword attack. I managed to hang on by strengthening my physical abilities and eyesight using the magic attire. Still, if I had been in my normal state, I would have been killed with the first blow. I'm surprised. You can prevent this as well. Are you really Usagi's disciple? Yes, I am. That's a formidable talent, considering you've just learned to use a sword. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to push through. Coup. Iris-san's attack speed gradually increased, and even my enhanced dynamic eyesight could no longer track her, but... Iris-san noticed a strange feeling and tilted her head. I also noticed the discomfort later. Huh? How come I can't follow it with my eyes, but I can react to it? Yes, Iris-san was swinging her sword at a speed that I could not possibly handle, but somehow I could block her attack. Iris-san tilted her head and increased her speed to push through, but my body still reacted and stopped the attack. In the end, Iris-san rolled her eyes at this situation. No way. How can you still react? I gave up on following it with my eyes and let my body react for some reason, but it seemed to be able to respond to the point where Iris-san was surprised. What is it? I was puzzled because I myself didn't know why my body was able to react to such a degree. It was as if my body had experienced combat at this level before. Since I could handle all of her attacks, Iris-san once again took distance. Ha. It's weird. I'm not sure why you're reacting when you can't keep up with my movements. What on earth did you do?
I have no idea either.
Well, so you're not going to tell me that easily, huh? But I wonder if you can outrun this as well. When Iris-san said that, she closed the distance even faster than her first attack. With that, the ground cracked and shook the entire arena. Then, sword flash. It was still a fast, untraceable slash, but the power put into it was different. Earlier, she had focused on speed and the ability to strike repeatedly, but the blow she had just unleashed on me was a heavy blow that emphasized power. Even if I could react as I had earlier, it would be the end of me if I took it directly. In order to overcome this attack, I have to negate the impact, just as Iris-san taken the impact of the world strike earlier, or I will be cut down like this. However, I don't have that kind of skill. But... The moment I received Iris-san's sword with my Omni sword, I turned my body around and received the impact while closing in on Iris-san. Coup. Although Iris-san swung her sword down with all her might, she did not feel it as she drew back her sword and prevented the attack of my sudden approach, and then pushed me away. Are you really Usagi's disciple? By all means, you are not at the level of a disciple, but a holy class. No, you should be more than that. Iris-san was sweating as she said this. For some reason, when I saw Iris-san's attack, I instinctively knew that I could pass it off. So, I was able to replicate the movements of Iris-san as she dodged my attack earlier. I not only evade it but also launch a counterattack. However, I thought it was perfectly decided just now. I thought my counterattack was surprisingly clean, but as it turned out, it was blocked. It's still not possible to win against Master Usagi, and it's no surprise that my attack didn't work against Iris-san either, who is the sword saint, but I think I'm going to lose confidence if I'm blocked this easily. In order to counter such Master Usagi, I need to release the evil power, but is it really okay to release it now? For the time being, I was able to control the evil power for a very period, but I was more afraid that by releasing the evil power, Iris-san would mistake me for the real evil. I don't know how much Master Usagi has told her about me, but I'm sure he hasn't told her about the evil power. Master Usagi himself said that I should be careful about showing it to the holy. When it comes to that, I have to beat Iris-san without the evil power. It's impossible, isn't it? When I was stunned by the situation that I was stuck in, Kuro, who had been asleep inside me until now, woke up with a big yawn. Phew, aha. I slept well. And, oh? Why are you fighting with the Sword Saint? I'm sorry, Kuro. I don't have time to explain it in detail, so I'll make it short and simple. It just happened. Whatever happens, but you're fighting the Sword Saint. Aren't you becoming more and more like the real evil? I wish you wouldn't say anything so crazy. I also want to live in peace if possible. But the evil will attack me, so I have to get power to remain safe. The current situation is also a training to gain the power to resist the evil. Iris-san, who didn't know about Kuro, tilted her head curiously when I complained about Kuro's appearance after a long time. Who in the world are you talking to? No, it's just. Oh well, it seems that you've run out of cards, so let's end this now. Iris-san said and turned a tremendous pressure on me. Iris-san used to move in a state where she was not strengthened by magic, but she seemed to have strengthened her body somehow. Obviously, the pressure I felt was stronger than before. Kuro burst into laughter as I struggled to keep myself from being blown away by the pressure. Ha 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 ha. Hey, you're about to get hit, you know. What happened to you when you defeated the Fist Saint? As I said, I don't remember what happened at that time. Well, I guess you're right. You weren't sane at the time, but you had completely transformed into evil itself. Then, you have no choice but to lose now, right? Master Usagi will definitely be angry with me. As I was thinking about the situation, my face turned pale, and Iris-san quietly set up her sword. I'll finish you off with a real, honest-to-goodness blow. Then, I'll be dead. Well, I guess you're dead, said Kuro. I don't want to die. This is just like a mock battle, isn't it? It's not like anyone died or was seriously injured in the fighting tournament, right? Iris-san smiled at me as if she was enjoying this battle while I was trembling even more. I also enjoyed fighting for the first time in a long time. Well, I wish you were stronger than me, though. Huh? Sacred heaven / When Iris-san stepped forward, she moved in front of me in an instant. The speed was so instantaneous that I thought it was really an instantaneous movement, and I didn't even realize that she had moved until she appeared in front of me. And just as she was about to swing her sword down at me, my eyes, enhanced by my magic attire, noticed a black something approaching from behind Iris-san at an unbelievable speed. Then, not only me but also Kuro seemed to have noticed it and shouted in panic. Avoid it, Yuuya. Huh? I realized that Iris-san didn't recognize the black something, so I pulled Iris-san's arm in front of me and hugged her, and then we fell down together. What? The next moment, Iris-san's face turned red, and she panicked as she was hugged by me. The next moment, the black something pierced the position where Iris-san and I were standing in an instant. Huh? That was close. Iris-san stared dumbly at the ground where the black something had pierced. When the audience began to rustle at the sudden attack from outside the arena, a voice came from the sky. Aka, it's been avoided. Well, it wouldn't be much fun if you died now, would it? Wah. That appearance. Shinigami. And why are you with them? Iris-san's eyes widened as she looked up into the sky. I also looked up at the sky and saw a boy, a half-naked man with a long spear on his back, and a ninja-like man with 2 grass-cutting scythes on his hips, standing there leisurely. Chapter 6, Attack. Part 1. Spear Saint. Scythe Saint. The unexpected words made me involuntarily turn my gaze back to Iris-san, and the half-naked man in the sky and the man in the ninja costume quietly shook their heads. I do regret to inform you that we no longer hold that title. We are the Fallen Saints. Far Fallen Saints? As I was tilting my head at the unfamiliar words, a boy with a different presence laughed in amusement. Hey Tilda, that's terrible that you ignored me. Besides, unfortunately they're no longer the holy that you know. They are the ones who have fallen to us and taken on new powers. Fallen? Could it be? While Iris-san made a startled expression as she realized something, the boy in the sky deepened his smile. Did you finally notice it? Then let's get started. The destruction. The moment the boy's eyes glittered, the jet-black haze that I had seen in the past when I confronted Yuti and the Fist Saint erupted from the boy's body. Then, a loud sound of destruction could be heard from far away. The sound of destruction gradually got closer and closer, and finally, The identity of the sound appeared in the arena. What is that? The sight made me stare in horror. What? This looks the same as what I saw at the shrine the other day? A large number of what were known as evil beasts had rushed into the arena. The audience screamed and ran away from the sudden intruders, but the evil beasts attacked them without mercy. Ah ha 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 ha. The screams are wonderful. The boy who was probably the one who orchestrated this tragedy looked at the carnage around him with an ecstatic expression on his face. Stop it right now. Immediately, Iris-san unleashed a slash with divine speed towards the boy floating in the sky, but the slash was blocked by the black darkness overflowing from the boy's body. Don't be so impatient, let me at least introduce myself, Tilda. He laughed like a fool and bowed condescendingly. I'm Quoro, the Shinigami, and I'm one of the evil. It's nice to meet you, Tilda. Exclamation mark. The boy who smiled in front of me, Quoro, told us that he is one of the evil, the sworn enemy of Master Usagi, Iris-san, and Yuti. The hint of evil overflowing from his body was real, and Iris-san's attitude also confirmed that Quoro really is an evil. Anyway, I hurriedly tried to move to help the audience, but the two men whom Iris-san had just called Spear Saint and Scythe Saint stood in front of me. I'm sorry, but I don't want you to disturb us. That's right. Therefore, we need you to die here. What? Yuuya-kun. Iris-san tried to help me when I was pressured by the tremendous spirit from the two of them, but Quoro stood in front of Iris-san's eyes. Hey, isn't it terrible that you're ignoring me? I came here just to mess you up. I mean, don't you want to run away or call your friends or something? Well, I'm not giving you any choice, though, Tilda. Sure, the situation is bad, and I don't think I can handle it on my own, but I'm still a holy, so I have to fight. Well, why don't you come at me? Phew. While sensing that Iris-san and Quoro had begun fighting behind me, I thought about how I should move against the two fallen saints in front of me. If what Iris-san said was true, then I would have to deal with two former holy. Besides, judging from the situation and the word fallen saints, there is a possibility that they have acquired the power of the evil as a result of them falling to the evil. That would mean that I would have to deal with two enemies at the same level as the Fist Saint I fought previously. Even Master Usagi couldn't defeat the evil fallen Fist Saint, so how can I, in my normal state, win? When one problem is over, another appears. You really have a lot of troubles, don't you? It's not that I like having them, but... Kuro was also awake, and even though I don't remember, if I use the evil's full power, as I did when I defeated the Fist Saint, I might be able to defeat them. However, suppose I used this power, it was still unstable and cannot be perfectly controlled. In that case, I will fall and become an evil, just like Quoro, and I would become a target for the holy to defeat as well. But even now, as I'm struggling with this, the evil beasts were. At that moment when I thought about it. Gigi? G. Gigi. Gigia. I saw countless arrows piercing through the evil beasts. This arrow. Yuti? Also, following Yuti's arrows, I heard the voices of my dependable family members. Grr. Woof. Bui Tilda. Knight and Akatsuki defeated the evil beasts one after another and healed the injured audience. In such a scene, the men of the fallen saints opened their eyes. What's with that little wolf? It's not just the little wolf. That pig is also using a strange skill. Then, I noticed that Knight, who was destroying the evil beast, looked at me for a moment. He seemed to be saying, "Leave this to me," and so I nodded. Now I can fight you guys with peace of mind. Huh? Don't say anything crazy. Do you really think that you alone can win against the two of us? That's why I'm also fighting you too. Huh? Master Usagi. Master Usagi appeared out of nowhere next to me and quietly looked at the men in front of us. Humph. I thought that some of the holy had fallen to the evil, but I didn't expect it to be you two. Spear Saint Ronus, and Scythe Saint Jin. Hearing Master Usagi's words, the half-naked man with a spear on his back, who was probably Ronus, frowned slightly. The weak will be eliminated. I'm just following that law of nature. How? So, as a result of that, you became a servant of evil? Fallen saints, is it? How dare you call yourself that? You're just a slave to evil, aren't you? Say what you want. We gained new powers by submitting to the evil. Those of the holy who were eliminated were even weaker than us. Ronus and the Scythe Saint, Jin, each quietly raised their weapons. Seeing this, Master Usagi opened his mouth to direct me as he, too, entered a battle stance. Yuuya. Huh? For the moment, I've given a brief explanation of the current situation tonight, Yuti, and the others. The king of this country is probably planning some sort of countermeasure as well. As for the safety of that little girl, Yuti and the one who was with her as her escort are enough to handle it. So for now, just concentrate on defeating the people in front of you. Why, yes. It seemed that Master Usagi had made a move, and one of my concerns had been resolved. However, I was wondering what Uma-san is doing. Well, Uma-san seemed to be sleeping without a care in this situation, so there's no need to worry. I mean, he's so strong that it's ridiculous to worry about him. Rather, I should be worried about myself, and I quickly redeployed my magic attire. Seeing me like that, Ronus swung his spear lightly and laughed with a snort. Humph. Did you finish your private conversation? If so, let's go this way. Yuuya. I'll leave that Ronus to you. Yes. I immediately took out my absolute spear and clashed with Ronus' spear. Ha! It seems that you want to die so badly that you are challenging me with a spear. If so, I will kill you as you wish. Whirlwind drill. Ronus pulled back his spear and thrust it out with great force. A whirlwind of air swirled around the spear as it pushed forward, cutting the ground. It was deflected by absolute spear, with a narrow margin in the same way that I had deflected Iris-san's attack. What? How can you deflect it? What was deflected was not only the spear but also the sharp whirlwind that was gathering on the tip of the spear, which made Ronus surprised. I didn't think I'd be able to catch the wind myself, so I was secretly surprised. Ku. Don't you dare make light of me. Then Ronus unleashed a raging wave of thrusts, piercing everywhere. However, I took a good look at them and carefully handled them one by one. What are you? You're not even a holy, you're just a human being. How can you keep up with my techniques? Humph. You can't compare him to any other human being. He's my disciple, after all. Usagi's disciple? Hearing Master Usagi's words, Ronus widened his eyes, while Jin took advantage of the opportunity to attack Master Usagi. It's a good thing you have the guts to look the other way. I can win even if I'm looking elsewhere. Ha! Can you say the same when you see this power? At that moment, a black mist overflows from Jin's body, and he unleashes a powerful swing with his grass-cutting scythe at Master Usagi. However, Master Usagi calmly assessed the attack and delivered a kick to his temple, causing the attack to be deflected. However, Jin had another grass-cutting scythe in his hand, which he swung to follow up. Master Usagi moved out of the way as a reaction to the first deflected blow. As I unintentionally followed his movements with my eyes, I received a reprimand from Master Usagi. Yuuya. If you have time to look at me, take him down quickly. Ah? Why yes. When I hurriedly readied my spear again, Ronus was trembling tremendously. You. Even though you are Usagi's disciple, you don't use his technique. Instead, you fight with a spear? Eh? I'm not just fighting him with a spear, I'm using it now because I can't find an opening to attack Ronus with a kick. Also, it's because it's easier to take chances with absolute spear, rather than with omni sword, but it didn't appear that way to Ronus. Okay. I'll show you the difference between us. Then, a black mist overflowed from Ronus's body, and the intimidation from him increased. Kuro inside me laughed amusingly at the scene. Hey, The opponent got serious, but what are you going to do? Do you want to borrow the power of the evil like before? No. Even if I use the power of evil here, the real evil behind these opponents is still left. That's why I have to defeat this former holy, which uses the power of evil, without relying on the power of evil itself. For a moment, Kuro seemed surprised by my words, but then he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. That's good. No, I can't believe you could say that about a holy. Well then, I guess I'll just have to look at the bigger picture from another perspective. All right. After rounding up the conversation with Kuro, I took a step back from Ronus and immediately switched my weapon to the formless bow, and shot at Ronus from a distance. Ha! Seriously. The next moment Ronus emitted a kind of spirit like a shockwave which spread from his body, and all of my arrows were repelled. Die. Just like Iris-san, he approached me with a speed that made me think that he had moved instantly, and then he thrust out his spear as if to gouge my stomach. Rising dragon piercing. An illusion of a dragon seemed to fly out of the tip of the spear and tried to chew through my stomach. I had no choice but to block this attack that was released from a close distance. I switched from the formless bow to the omni sword, and swung the sword down to meet the momentum head-on. Goor? The shock was transmitted through the sword to my entire body. I knew that I would be defeated at this point, but I suddenly felt my body heat up. It was as if the magic circuit inherited from Sage-san was heating up as if to show me that it existed. Ha! What? While receiving Ronus's attack, I prepared to unleash a spell, and when the spell became available, I unleashed the very first spell I had learned, a water ball, at Ronus. It seems that he didn't expect me to counterattack while blocking the attack, and Ronus hurriedly interrupted the attack and tried to distance himself. However, without missing a beat, I took a step forward with all my might, using the leg strength I had developed during my training with Master Usagi. With all the momentum I could muster, I slammed a kick into Ronus' stomach. Oh! Koa! Ronus couldn't block my kick, and he took some serious damage. He stayed in the sky for a moment with his body in a crooked shape. Although I tried to give chase afterward, Ronus clenched his teeth and forced himself into a stance to unleash another technique before I could follow up. Don't mess with me. 1000 spear piercing. Ronus shot a barrage of raging thrusts at me again in the sky. It's dangerous. There's no way to prevent it. The moment I despaired, Kuro, who had just said he would only watch, spoke to me in an amused tone. Hey, it's no good having you die here, you know? Take a good look at him. You should know what that means. Take a good look. Although the tip of the spear was almost in front of me, I followed Kuro's words and watched Ronus's movements, the trajectory of his spear, and everything else. Then I found myself feeling as if the sounds and sights around me had been silenced. It was similar to the feeling I had when I watched the fighting tournament that had just taken place, but to a completely different level. It was as if all unnecessary information were blocked out, and I could just see what was happening in front of me at a frighteningly slow pace, as if my brain and body were absorbing all the information in front of me. I later found out that I was in the ultimate state of concentration at that time. And as I watched Ronus' movements, I naturally moved my body. What was that? I also released the same technique that Ronus had used, the 1000 spear piercing. The 1000 spear piercing I released had countered Ronus, 1000 spear piercing, one after another precisely. This is impossible. There is no way that my spear holy art can be imitated. Ronus shook his head to deny what was happening in front of his eyes and launched another technique. Star pile. He grasped the spear in his opposite hand and swung it down at me as if it were a flag. When I saw the attack, I dodged it by rolling to the side and avoiding it, and Ronus's spear stood on the ground. It was enough to shake the arena and cause the ground to cave in. But I wasn't even surprised by that. I just calmly looked at Ronus and attacked him with my absolute spear. This is not how it's supposed to be. This is definitely not how it's supposed to be. When Ronus shouted that, he distanced himself from me with all his might and took a stance with his spear drawn back as hard as he could. Divine piercing. I could tell at a glance that this was the most powerful attack he had ever made. A whirlwind wrapped around the tip of his spear like the whirlwind piercing that he used before. This time it was so huge that it could be mistaken for a tornado, and the spear was coming at me so fast that it left everything behind. This was why I also released it. The same technique as Ronus. Divine piercing. My move did not create a raging wind like Ronus. The wind and space were unrecognizable. I thrusted at him. The moment my absolute spear and Ronus spear collided. Ronus spear shattered. Part 2. The moment my absolute spear and Ronus spear collided. Ronus spear shattered. Gar. Perhaps Ronus had put all of his energy into this last attack, but after his spear shattered, he fainted and quietly fell to the ground. While looking at this somewhat unrealistic scene, the sounds and sights of my surroundings gradually returned. Ronus. What are you dumbfounded about? You beat him, didn't you? Stunned by Kuro's words, I turned my attention to Ronus, who had fallen to the ground. I defeated him. When did that happen? Could it be that the evil power has gone out of control again? It's not that. Well, it's not entirely unrelated. But you definitely defeated the spear saint lying there with your own hands. What do you mean? You may not remember, but your body remembers the feeling of the evil when you defeated the fist saint. The only difference now is that you pulled the trigger for that power and defeated him. Trigger. That's right. The power of evil is a power that embraces everything. And maybe because you've activated it once, you've been able to control it subconsciously, albeit only partially. Well, even if you try to control it, you can only do so to the extent that it doesn't go out of control. Huh? I'm not sure, but it seems that the reason I've been able to keep my evil power from going out of control is not only because of Kuro's power but also because of my subconscious. Thanks to your subconscious control of the power of evil, you have been able to utilize it on a limited basis. That's what's happening with your eyes. My eyes? I touched my eyes without thinking, and Kuro continued. Yeah. As I mentioned many times, the power of evil is a power that embraces everything. It does not matter if it is tangible or intangible. It can even be used to strengthen and absorb techniques and movements. I somehow understood what Kuro was trying to say and was astonished as I felt him smiling at me. Evil Den's eye, now you can absorb any movement with it. I was just dumbfounded by Kuro's words. That kind of power. However, the reason why this power was able to manifest itself was because I followed Kuro's advice and watched Ronus' movements. I stared at my hands without thinking, but then I remembered that I was still in combat. That's right. Master Usagi is. It looks like he's almost done there too, huh? When I turned my attention to the battle between Master Usagi and the Scythe Saint Jin, I saw Jin bleeding. No way. We already have the power of evil, and we're still losing. Humph. I was indeed defeated by the Fist Saint, who had the power of evil. However, I polished my own power after that, without the power of evil, and ended up defeating you like this. That's all there is to it.
I won't admit to it.
I won't admit that we who have acquired the power of evil are losing. Jin shouted as he crossed the scythes in front of his face, and swung them out. Master Usagi took a leisurely stance against the cross-shaped slash that was unleashed from there. The 3 divine steps, and as he muttered this, Master Usagi disappeared from the spot. What? The first step. It might seem as if Master Usagi had disappeared, but he just leaned forward and plunged into Jin when he took his first step. But that's only because I was watching this from a distance. For Jin, who was actually receiving the technique, it would still look like he'd disappeared. Second step. Master Usagi then took advantage of his large first step and leaned forward some more. He rolled his body into a small ball from that position, and with a minimal rotation, dropped his second step over Jin's head in a forward somersault. Gah! The second step, delivered with tremendous force, was an extremely powerful heel drop that knocked Jin unconscious. Then, with the momentum from stomping on Jin, he spun in the air and landed. Master Usagi snickered. Humph. I didn't need to take the third step, after all, did I? Master, how much stronger can you get? I don't think I can win against you. I couldn't help but feel that way about Master Usagi, who had defeated Jin. As I look at Master Usagi with my cheeks twitching, he turns to look at me. What are you dumbfounded about? The next one is the evil. That's right. Iris-san is. Just as I was about to say that much, I heard the tense voice of Quoro from above. Arare? The two of them have already been defeated. They are so useless. What? When I turned my gaze to the sky above, I saw the figure of Quoro, who had black mist spewing from his body and was freely moving it to attack Iris-san. This is not good. The black mist spewing from Quoro's body became countless sharp blades and poured down on Iris-san. Iris-san was desperately trying to deal with it with her sword. However, it seemed that she couldn't handle all of them and was in a difficult position as it appears. Iris-san. Master. Yeah. We're coming too. While Master Usagi charged straight at Quoro, I took out my formless bow and fired a large number of arrows. But too bad. That won't reach me. Before the arrows could reach Quoro, they were all blocked by the black mist overflowing from Quoro's body. I'm not sure why, but you have a piece of us in you. Did one of us give you that power? If so, I should have at least heard about it, and more importantly, it's weird that you're fighting against me. What's going on? I'm not going to say anything, but instead I'm going to keep shooting arrows at him. They were also easily blocked by Quoro's black mist, but Master Usagi took advantage of the gap to close in on Quoro. How about this? Master Usagi closed in on Quoro with speed I've never seen before and unleashed a kick at Quoro that makes the space roar. I see. Because Quoro was a pure evil, Master Usagi's stats had been released and doubled, so he's even more powerful than usual. As I was thinking this, Kuro inside me answered in a stern voice. No good. Eh? You don't even realize it, do you? If the Kicking Saint's stats can be released, then, of course, the Sword Saint's stats should be released as well. That's what it is all. I heard Quoro's amused voice interrupting Kuro's words, as I said. You won't reach me. Wah. Agar. The black mist easily caught Master Usagi's kick, and as the black mist drifting around approached Master Usagi, it transformed into a sharp blade that went straight through him. Master Usagi. I'm fine. Just stay away from me. Eh? Master Usagi said to me as he stepped away from me, holding his slashed stomach. If you get too close to me, you will fall prey to the power of that evil. It's a surprise attack from one side, but if you came closer, you would have been surrounded and killed. No way. You should continue to attack from a distance with your magic or bow from there. Iris and I will somehow take advantage of the gap and launch a counterattack. Wait. Master. Master Usagi said only that and then went back to fighting with Quoro again. As for me, as Master Usagi directed, I fired arrows and magic from a long distance, but all of them were blocked by Quoro's black mist. Isn't that black mist too versatile? How are we supposed to attack him? As I grew increasingly impatient, both Master Usagi and Iris-san received more and more attacks, and they were gradually pushed back. Then, Quoro stretched out his hand and sighed boringly. Phew! What a letdown. I've been told that Sword Saint is the strongest of the holy, and I've also been told that Kicking Saint is also one of the strongest, and yet you're not strong at all. The two people I brought with me were also defeated. It would have been better if I had come alone. Quoro then stretched out and gave the two of them a cold stare. I'm bored, so let's end this now. Usagi? I know. As the black mist overflowing from Quoro's body suddenly thickened and increased in volume, the mist gradually gathered above Quoro's head to form a sphere. It gradually grew larger and larger, giving the impression that it would destroy everything. Which was terrifying. Even though I wasn't looking at it up close, my instincts were screaming facing the sphere. That thing is dangerous. Then Kuro, who was also inside me, said in a cold voice. He's really going to finish them off? If that thing goes off as is, this city will be wiped out, no way. Anyway, I shot arrows, through the absolute spear, and attacked as much as I could, but all of them were completely blocked. And see you later. At last, the black sphere was released at us. Part 3. At last, the black sphere was released aiming at us. Holy sword barrier. Holy kicking wave. Holy ear impact. Immediately after the black sphere was released, Iris-san raised the sword in her hand and thrust it vigorously into the ground. Then, countless shining swords appeared from the ground and shot towards the black sphere. Master Usagi also produced the same light as Iris-san's sword from his leg and shot it at the black sphere, followed by a flash of light from both of his ears. The two lights from Iris-san's sword and Master Usagi collided with the black sphere. Ku. Ha 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 ha. Exclamation mark. And then, Iris-san's shining swords and Master Usagi's light rays obliterated the black sphere. Ha. Ha. Ku. My body is. However, both Iris-san and Master Usagi were exhausted after that exchange. They no longer seemed to be able to move properly. Then Quoro opened his mouth, looking slightly surprised. Wow. I didn't think that only the two of you could prevent this. I'm not sure if this means I'm the weak one here, or would it be you, the holy ones? Ha. Ha. But it seems that stopping that was all you could do, so, let's try it one more time. What? Quoro said that he would repeat his attack, and a black sphere formed over his head again. Ah ha 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 ha. Look, look. You have to defend against it once more. Iris-san. Master Usagi. Ku. No longer following Master Usagi's words, I immediately ran out and attacked Quoro with my Omni sword, in hand. But before I could reach him, the black mist blocked my way. Get out of my way. It's no use. You're not even a holy, you wouldn't be able to even damage it, you know? As Quoro said, no matter how I attacked, the black mist didn't seem to take any damage and swarmed at me one after another. In addition, Quoro mercilessly directed the black mist at the tired and immobile Master Usagi and Iris-san. Master Usagi and Iris-san responded with all their strength, but they were on the defensive and looked like they were struggling. Kuro, who had been watching from inside me, opened his mouth. It is exactly what he said. The only ones who can defeat the evil itself are those of the holy who are recognized by this planet. Just give up. So what am I supposed to do? I shouted while desperately using my Omni sword and absolute spear to get rid of the black mist, and Kuro replied disinterestedly. That's right. I can only think of using a weapon that has the power of the holy in it. A weapon with the power of the holy? When you first encountered the evil beast in the other world, the woman who was with you used a talisman to kill it, right? That was definitely one way to purge the power of evil. Well, I don't think you have one of those, though. No, I do have it. I'm sure it was. What? Kuro seemed to have given up, but I searched desperately in my item box while dealing with the black mist. It appeared that this situation could be overcome by the use of a weapon with a similar effect to the one used by Kagurazuka-san. As I searched for it desperately, Quoro stared amusedly at the black sphere floating above his head. Look, look, it's almost finished. It's a real pity, but you should give up. You've done your best there, haven't you? Ku. I ignored Quoro's and Kuro's words and continued my search. And found it. This is it. Yuuya-kan? While the eyes of Quoro and the wounded Iris-san were focused on me, I had a weapon in my hand. Then. Heavenly Kakara. When I first saw the effects of this weapon, I didn't understand what it meant. The description was so vague that there was not a single detailed explanation. But now, I can understand the effect of this weapon properly. I hit the black mist with the Kakara in my hand while ringing the golden ring. As I said, it's usual. Quoro was about to say that much when he noticed something strange. The black mist that I struck dissipated in an instant. What? As expected, this phenomenon was unexpected, and Quoro rounded his eyes. There was only one effect on this, Heavenly Kakara, which I had found in my grandfather's warehouse. To exorcise. That's all. Thinking about it now, the only explanation for the effect was that it's a somewhat mysterious weapon, but if it has the power to exorcise, then it will affect the power of evil. Just like the talisman at the time, and that was my train of thought. But the results were just right. I smashed all the black mists that surrounded me with the Heavenly Kakara, and rushed straight to Iris-san and Master Usagi, and the black mists that assaulted them also dissipated. Are the two of you okay? Yeah. Then, although Master Usagi's voice came back, there was no reply from Iris-san, so I hurriedly checked and found Iris-san staring at me with a dazed expression. Iris-san? Huh? Why yeah. I'm fine. Good, then, I'll take care of the rest. So please keep an eye on it. I told her that and turned to Quoro again. It seems like you can't afford to not fall in love in this situation, huh? Wah. That's not true. It was just that someone was protecting me. It was the first time for me. Well, now you know how outrageous my disciple is. Yes. I understand. It seemed that they were talking about something behind me, but I didn't have time to listen in on it because I had already returned my full attention to Quoro. Anyway, I looked at Quoro and called out to Kuro, who was inside me. What do you think? Does this work? Ha ha ha. You're a hell of a guy, you know that. No problem, I'll lend you a hand. Kuro laughed in amusement, and a black mist flooded my body. I'd like to ask you a question. Can Kuro's power, which was just a piece of evil, defeat the main body of evil? I'll lend you a hand. It's not about whether or not you could possibly win, it's all about winning. That's just crazy. Well, you and I are a good match after all. We can do it. Is that so? I smiled unconsciously at Kuro, who sounded somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Iris-san, who was behind me, raised an anxious voice at my appearance. What? The power of evil? Usagi, you. Calm down. I know what you're going to ask, but Yuuya is sane. For some reason, he has the power of evil in his body, but it's not a problem. Not a problem, you say? What kind of reason would he have to have that power? Originally, that power didn't belong to Yuuya but a disciple of the Bow Saint had it in her body. However, Yuuya took over that power, and now it's residing in his body. T took it over, you say? He's really a big idiot, after all. Quoro was even more surprised and froze at the sight of the evil overflowing from my body. Wait. What does this mean? It's just supposed to be a piece inside you. But its power is the same as mine no matter how I look at it. What the hell are you? I didn't answer his question. Then, my lack of response seemed to annoy him as Quoro twisted his face in displeasure. You have the nerve to ignore me, don't you? Go. Gigi. When Quoro hurriedly waved his arm, a black mist spread about, and several evil beasts appeared and attacked me. This is Ki-in. Just as I was about to dispose of the evil beast that was attacking me, that clear metallic sound reached my ears. GGI. The evil beasts that tried to attack me all fell to the ground. Involuntarily I turned my gaze to Iris-san, who was behind me, and she smiled fiercely in response. There are many questions that I want to ask you, but leave the evil beasts to me. Therefore, I'm asking you to take care of him, okay? Yes. I nodded vigorously at Iris-san's words and called out to Kuro. Are you ready? Yeah, leave it to me. But it won't last long. Your power is too strong, after all. That's just fine. In addition to releasing the evil's power, I also deployed my magic attire and took a step toward Quoro. At that moment, the surrounding scenery was left behind in an instant, and the figure of Quoro was right in front of me. Wah! Ha! Ga! I waved the heavenly Kartkara, similar way to how I handle the absolute spear, and slammed it onto Quoro's head. Then, Quoro, who could not react to the attack, was slammed into the ground. In that gap, I pierced the black sphere that was accumulating above his head with the heavenly Kartkara. The black sphere pierced by the heavenly Kartkara gradually cracked, and light overflowed from it as it burst. No way. What the hell are you? Quoro, who was slammed into the ground, shouted as he staggered around in a dizzy state. I don't know. What? Quoro was astonished by my answer. I've been asked that question a lot today, but there's no way I know who I am. I'd rather be the one asking. All I could say was that I somehow got caught up in this battle between evil and holy, and I had to become stronger to feel safe, but it seemed that Quoro was not satisfied with my answer, and his face turned red with anger. St. Stop messing around. You come out of nowhere and interrupt my fun. I'll kill you. As Quoro spewed a large amount of black mist from his body, they branched out into countless pieces and stabbed at me as sharp blades. While knocking them away with the heavenly Kartkara, I gradually closed the distance between us. Don't come, don't kuum! Exclamation mark. In the midst of his raging attacks, Quoro turned his palm toward me, and a small black sphere appeared, shooting a black flash of light at me. In response to the black flash, I took a step forward, keeping in mind the final attack Master Usagi had used against the Scythe Saint. My body moved even faster than before, and the distance separating me and the black flash was already almost gone. In such a situation, I use the heavenly Kartkara to unleash the divine piercing, still used by the spear Saint Ronus. Divine piercing. The tip of the heavenly Kartkara pierced through the black flashes of light and finally struck Quoro's body. Gah! Quoro's body was bent into a crooked shape, and his voice leaped out in anguish. No way. This is not how it's supposed to be. Then, perhaps the effect of the heavenly Kartkara was activated, smoke rose from Quoro's body. This me is going to be destroyed. This is a lie. This is impossible. Quoro desperately grasped the handle of the heavenly Kartkara, trying to escape from my thrust, but the smoke was even coming from his palms touching it, and he could not escape. Eventually, as the amount of smoke increased, and Quoro's body gradually began to disappear, he suddenly stopped resisting and spoke in a quiet tone, as if his resistance just a moment ago had been a lie. Ha! So this is really the end for me. It's a pretty anticlimactic ending, but... well, that's about it. It seems that the evil beasts have been defeated as well, and we've lost. I thought I could have more fun playing around. Quoro said with deep regret and then turned a sharp look at me. I didn't expect such an uncertain factor to be mixed in. It's out of my calculation. But well, now that we know about you, right? Question mark. I tilted my head, not understanding the meaning of Quoro's words. However, Quoro did not show any sign of answering and now looked at Master Usagi and Iris-san. I don't know how much you know about us, but we are one. What? Iris-san and Master Usagi did not seem to understand the meaning of Quoro's words. They looked at him with a dubious expression while he looked at them with amusement. Well then, try to do your best, Tilda. And then, as Quorro's body completely disintegrated, the smoke finally dissipated. Quorro is gone? The young man evil muttered quietly in the world's disposal ground. Then, he gazed at the palm of his hand as if to confirm his own power. Phew. I see. So it's integrated in this way. What are you going to do? The other evil in the place quietly asked the young man. The other evil is a somewhat nervous-looking man who looks to be in his 30s. It's a pity that Quorro is gone, but there was also the harvest. Is that an enhancement for you? Phew. It's that, but it's also something different. Then what? In response to the man's question, the young man's eyes narrowed as if he were gazing into some distant presence. I found it the outsider. In the eyes of the young man, the image of Yuuya, who defeated Quorro, is clearly visible. By the time Yuuya had defeated Quorro, the evil beast summoned by Quorro had been defeated by Night and the others with the Regal Kingdom soldiers. Phew. I wondered what it was when it suddenly appeared. But I guess these are the evil familiars. Luna murmured in front of the dead bodies of the defeated evil beasts. The evil beast that Yuuya and Kagurazuka defeated in the earth was purified by Kagurazuka's talisman and disappeared cleanly, but the many corpses of the evil beast remained in this place now. In response to Luna, Lexia, who had been keeping quiet, puffed out her chest with pride, as expected of my guard. Well. More importantly, how's Yuuya? While saying this, she looked towards Yuuya and saw Quorro just disappearing. It looks like everything went well over there, too. This time, that Yuuya saved the country from a crisis. For the Regal Kingdom, Yuuya must be considered a hero. Ah geez. Yuuya-sama was fighting so splendidly against the Sword Saint in the first place. You really can't be shaken, can you? Everyone was stunned and speechless by the earlier battle between the Sword Saint Iris and Yuuya up until the evil attacked. For the regal citizens, everyone knew that Iris, the Sword Saint, was strong. Still, the sight of Yuuya fighting on equal footing with her was a shock not only to the regal citizens but also to August and the others here. In the meantime, when the evil attacked and interrupted the battle between Iris and Yuuya while unleashing a large number of evil beasts into the arena, the entire venue was in an uproar, but the situation ended more easily than expected. The reason for this is finished. No sign of the evil beast anywhere. Woof. For Lexia and the others, the still mysterious Yuti, and Yuuya's partner, Night, have defeated almost all the evil beasts. And although Akatsuki didn't take part in the battle itself, he was also very active, using his skills to heal injured civilians and soldiers. Night, Akatsuki. Thank you for saving my life. Woof tilde. Fugo. Luna patted them. Night seemed to feel good, and Akatsuki looked like he deserved it and was proud of it. Even so, he was really just sleeping. While Luna stroked Night and Akatsuki, she looked at the still sleeping Uma with a dumbfounded look. Then, Uma opened one eye. What is it? You seem to have a problem with that? You're awake? I just woke up. Uma made a big yawn as he said that and then turned his gaze to Luna. I told you already. I am not interested in the affairs of humans. I'm not going to help. I see. Luna couldn't continue conversing with Uma any longer. As Uma said, as a legendary dragon he is not concerned with the circumstances of human beings. Luna also knew that. Even if there are people who are dissatisfied with the way it is, they cannot be bothered with it because Uma has the power to wipe out even that. Or even the planet itself. Luna breathed a sigh of relief at having gotten through this situation, but then she noticed something. Speaking of which, where is the royal family of the Regal Kingdom? Huh? Sure, I haven't seen them. I even remember when they went to give orders to the soldiers, but although she looked around the entire arena, she couldn't see August and the others, so Luna and the others thought that they had gone to give instructions outside the arena. In the middle of all this, Uma sighed again and turned his attention to the sky above the arena. Scout magic, huh? It won't work on me, but. Yuuya. You finally been discovered, eh? Uma said, laughing merrily, and fell asleep again. Epilogue. When Quoro attacked, immediately after August gave instructions to his soldiers, he went to the summoning magic circle in the basement of the castle together with Layla. No way, the evil is attacking us today. Father. Layla looked worried as August frowned. Then August noticed her gaze and exhaled slowly. Phew. It's unavoidable. For the time being, I've left the soldiers to Royal. We have no choice but to rely on the other world. August saw the match between the Sword Saint and Yuuya and was impressed by how strong they were, and almost thought that there was no need to rely on the other world to counter the evil. However, when he saw the evil that had arrived, he immediately changed his mind. He saw that the Sword Saint, who was supposed to be the strongest holy, was being overwhelmed by Quoro. Convinced that the country would be destroyed by the evil if things had continued as they were, August immediately began to move. Even if they were able to defeat Quoro, he did not think that this was enough to eliminate all of the evil. This was why he finally made up his mind to summon a hero from another world. When he moved to the summoning room, there were the magicians of the Regal Kingdom. They had already completed the magic circle under his direction. Your Majesty. The preparations are in place. We just need to pour in the magic power, and the magic will be activated. Layla. Yes, Father. I will bring a hero or a saint into this world. I'm sure that person will be able to save this world. Prompted by August, Layla stepped forward and touched the magic circle with her hand. When the magic power was poured in from her hand, the magic circle began to glow mysteriously. This is. At first, Layla was pouring in the magic power smoothly, but gradually the magic circle began to suck the magic power from Layla, and she frowned at the amount of absorption. The magic circle shone brighter and brighter as it tried to suck up all of Layla's magic power at a tremendous rate. How much time had passed? Layla, whose face was pale from her magic power being drained, could not tell, but when her magic power was about to run out, it finally stopped. Layla. August hurriedly supported Layla, who was wobbling and about to fall. Then, the shine of the magic circle reached its brightest in front of the two of them, and the light finally burst out. Finally. When the light subsided, there was a single figure floating in the air. Seeing that, August and the others knew that the summoning magic had succeeded. And then. What is this? What on earth is going on? What appeared from the magic circle was a girl in a shrine maiden costume like Kagurazuka. For that reason. After I finished defeating Quoro, I was interrogated by Iris-san about how I acquired evil's power since I had activated it in front of her. It really was just like Usagi said, wasn't it? That's what I told you. Why don't you believe me? How can I believe you from such a tall tale? Well, he's just a big idiot, isn't he? I shrunk under the stunned gazes of Iris-san and Master Usagi. Then, Kuro, who was inside me, burst into laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. You're so weak that it's hard to believe you were fighting with the evil until just now. It can't be helped, can it? Because Quoro had to be defeated, I fought with him, otherwise, I would have been killed. And I wasn't that strong to begin with. Iris-san turned a dumbfounded gaze at me, but after letting out a single sigh, she let out a bitter laugh. Well, it's true that Yuuya-kun saved my life.
I was protected.
I've never had such a thing happen to me before. Well, I mean, I was happy about it. Or something like that. Sigh. The latter half of the words were too small to be heard, but Master Usagi let out a sigh to Iris-san. After that, he immediately returned to his serious expression and stared at me. Yuuya. You must have understood the threat of evil from this incident. In addition, he left behind a few mysteries that we don't know about yet. We can't let our guard down. Yes. And then. The next time, I will increase the intensity of my training so that we can prepare for another attack at any time. Ugh. I understand. I would be happier if I could just relax and enjoy my time, but I can't say that, so I nodded to Master Usagi's words. For some reason, Iris-san, who was gazing enviously at the exchange between Master Usagi and me, laughed a little sadly. I see. So this is where I have to part ways with you, Yuuya-kun. Ah. That's right. What do you plan to do now? Well, as Master Usagi said earlier, I guess I'll train. It seems that the training was going to be tough. Will I be able to stay safe? I finally met someone who's stronger than me. Eh? With a sad expression, Iris-san muttered something, but I couldn't hear her. Then Iris-san looked up, suddenly realizing something, and her eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. What's wrong? The tension was so high that I was slightly pressured to ask. Yuuya-kun. I'll make you my disciple too. Huh? How? For some reason, Master Usagi nodded in admiration while I looked puzzled at Iris-san's words. That's good. My technique is not enough for you. You should train with Iris for a while. Wait. Even if you suddenly say something like that. It's okay. Please don't be shy, leave it all to this Oni-san, you're already stronger than me. If we continue to deepen our relationship as master and disciple, we can get married. I'm a genius. You Iris-san? Now that we've decided, let's start training right away. And now? We just finished fighting. That's why. Iris-san's words made my face turn pale. Seriously. The training with Master Usagi was going to be more severe from now on, and now I also have to add the training with Iris-san? Will my stamina really be enough? When I had such a question in my mind, Iris-san and Master Usagi suddenly turned their gazes sharply towards the castle. What's wrong? There's an incredible amount of magic power just now. Did you feel it too, Iris? What the heck is that magic power? It seems that they felt a great magic power from the castle, and they have a stern expression on their faces. However, at this time, I did not think that what was happening in the castle of the regal kingdom would be directly related to me at all.